Recording, yeah. Okay. All right, everyone, let's come to order. It is Tuesday, June 3rd at 4:08 p.m. After some technical difficulties, the HTC is here live for you. Let's see. Can I get a motion? This meeting is being audio video recorded, and anything you say or share will be shown on the town's YouTube. Please act accordingly. If anyone wants to record the meeting, you can. Please request so through the chair from here in the audience. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Let's see, regular board, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Let's see, election discussion and or vote. Section 106 representative. There's a wonderful opportunity to represent the Nantucket Historic District Commission and the town of Nantucket in front of federal regulatory authorities.
Do we get to go to Washington?
No, unfortunately, you don't get to go to Washington. Are we okay?
No, not on.
I don't want to see you under once.
Okay, so let's pause the recording. Can you pause recording? And we'll pick up where we just left off.
I don't think I can be on there.
I don't think I can be on either.
Since I argue with
Yes.
the attorney constantly
I'm in
and
on
try to
all
get
of it.
town to ditch them.
Yeah, you usually
Yes.
find it twice, once in a
I
while.
probably should mention that it has to do with wind turbines.
I can't do something like that.
It's about the turbines.
Oh,
Well, Connie stepped up to the
yeah, Connie's gonna,
did.
and you're gonna enjoy CPC. There's a lot of really good people there. And the chair's okay too. Oh, the chair's here. I'm teasing you, Linda. Oh,
no, I haven't.
you?
Did you? I'm not gonna answer until you do.
You're the chair.
What? I didn't either.
Yeah, but were you
Wait a minute,
re-elected?
don't-
I thought you,
I did it. Fiona, are you live? Okay. Wanna make sure. We got a double clear to go. Okay, ladies, we're gonna start again. When Kathy tells us we're ready. Okay, are we recording? Okay, so for how long?
Since the beginning.
I wanna just ask officially, please, if I say don't record. You said you put it on mute. Thank you. And we need to get technical difficulties resolved in advance. No one on anything, but can't be doing this. It's almost 4:15. All right, we're gonna pick up where we left off. You guys please cut the crosstalk because it gets picked up on the mics. We are taking up section 106, elected commissioner. For section 106 is to represent the Nantucket Historic District Commission and the community on Secretary of the Interior related projects. Those are projects that if locally, if they receive federal funding, they are subject to those regulations, and you would be attending and reporting back. Currently, it's wind turbines. There have been projects such as at the airport where federal funding is involved, and occasionally the town has a few. It's it in a nutshell. It's a wonderful experience. I did it for a few years. Diane did it, and Angus? I did it. Angus did? Okay. And Angus, are you volunteering to do it again?
No, actually.
You're just gonna share the
That's
fun?
why I'm leaving it sort of open to anyone else who wants to volunteer.
You want to get involved?
There you go.
All right.
Well, are you advocating things, or are you simply there to be the presence for the HDC and then report back to us as a board? I mean, it seems pretty straightforward.
You're not taking sides.
You should be.
No, are you actively advocating
Yeah.
an HDC position?
So when I was involved it was at the onset of the wind turbines, I advocated for a $50 million settlement if we were going to have to settle,
Right.
and put forth various suggestions, pretty comprehensive document on funding for the HDC, none of which we ever received, which is a shame. But you can advocate, you can report back, and as opposed to advocating at the meeting, you can report back. And if there's a potentially controversial topic, maybe we would all discuss a policy approach or a preference approach, and then the individual representative could represent that at the meeting.
I'm still fine.
Okay. So is there anyone else who's interested? Okay, so Ray's interested. Can we get a motion?
Always interested.
Well, I just kind of wanted to clarify something, if that's
Yeah.
okay. So it's actually being a representative for the HDC as a consulting party under the National Historic Preservation Act. As Stephen Henn mentioned, not the Secretary of Interior standard, two different things. But wanted to mention that historically, unintended, the HDC has been a consulting party under the wind farm development. Right now, that's kind of like a stalled aspect right now. I represent the NPDC, Planning Commission, as well as we have a member of the Historical Commission that also represents. If there are applications that come to Nantucket, typically the Historical Commission reviews the Section 106 applications. But, obviously the wind farm is a development that affects the entire NHL. So both commissions need to be involved with that. And actually even the town has a representative. So if there's any questions, if there's anything that comes past my desk, of course, I will let the representative know if you're not privy with the emails chain. Normally, when there's a new commission, or for instance, when Diane was on, I made sure that our connections at BOEM, who is the federal agency that's in charge of the reviews of the wind farms, would know that you are the particular representative for the HDC. So again, I would do that for whoever gets voted. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Can we get a motion to nominate and elect Ray as the Section 106 representative?
So moved.
Regular members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, now we're going to go on to consents. Thank you, Commissioner Pohl, for volunteering your additional time and more than ample resources. Let's see, upstairs. Consents. Do we have any recusals?
Me.
Vale and Ray. Vale, Ray, and Carrie. So we're going to activate. Joe, are you a recusal?
I'm not a recusal. I can vote.
Great. So it'll be Angus, Abby, myself, Joe, and Connie.
Mr. Chair, actually, Joe has an application on consent.
Do I?
Joe, you have 28 Shimo Pond, number 18, so why don't we, we'll hold off on your involvement just to keep things simple. Connie will be active. Again, Angus, Abby, myself, and Connie. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve the consents.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, on to consent with conditions. I see Ray. Anyone else? Carrie? Anyone else? Okay, so Joe, you'll sit on this one. And it'll be Angus, Abby, Val, myself, and Joe. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Okay, let's see, on
That
your
was
motion.
Val. Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe?
Aye. Mickey has his hand raised.
I'm an aye, so that carries.
Mr. Chair, Mickey had his hand raised. Now it's down.
Okay. Let's see, we are on
It's
to.
Mr. Chair.
Pardon me?
Mr. Chair, Mickey's hand is raised again.
Okay, we're in the middle of signs, Mickey. Is there something relevant to signs that you
Well,
want
I
to
was,
comment on?
I was trying to get your attention for the last vote for consent with conditions regarding a specific application.
Okay, thank
Do you
you. We are on to signs, and is there any recusals? The regular board, is there a motion to accept the sign committee recommendations?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. Does anyone have everyone received a copy of the comments from Holly? Is there any-
Do you want,
Question.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah?
Do you want to go back and?
No, Abby, I don't.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Just
Were there any questions on the staff recommendations?
I did have one. Val.
Yep.
Cannonbury, that's not historic, so I was just wondering about that. And also, there are other gambrels out there. That was just my comment.
Okay, so staff comments are something that are, well, I believe that they are limited to OHD, SOHD, and significant structures outside of those two locations. The Cannonbury is not part of the SOHD, obviously.
Mr. Chair.
And gambrels, there definitely are gambrels out there. Holly?
Yes, thank you. So the areas that I've been opining on have, well, basically been where the unofficial advisory board have been reviewing. So Sconset Advisory Board, now Sconset Advisory Group, would be opining on this area, so as well as do I, and which is something that I've been doing for the past 5 years on behalf of the HDC.
So I think we're going to take this up separately. At this point, we're going to process what we have in front of us. Val, your question is valid and reasonable. My understanding is it should be OHD, SOHD, and individually significant structures. And we'll kind of figure it out from there. But for now, are there any other questions on the staff recommendations, historical information? Okay. Holly, anything CLG other than we need to establish an agenda?
We just need to establish an agenda and a time. I'm looking at some time, hopefully later in the week, either a Thursday or a Friday after 1 o'clock, as you suggested.
Okay, great. And I'm thinking towards the end of the month, and we'll get that out there. Oh, just on that topic, we discussed best practices last week. And what's going to happen, just so you're all aware, Stephen, Baron, even, I'm going to be sending out a copy of the best practices to date. It will be Friday next week I'll send you an email and let you know, but I think it'll be Friday at 5. And what we're going to do is you can get back in numerical sequence and you can list in order of priority which ones you want to be on, which best practices you want to represent, and it will be first come, first serve. So
Do you have a specific Friday?
this coming Friday
6th.
at 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
I'll set the email to send. So you all can be waiting with bated breath to decide which best practice, because there's no other way to deal with it. It's gonna have to be first come, first serve, and we'll go through, make a list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll set it up and you can just put a number next to it, which will be the preference you have. I would advise review the best practices in advance. And to that end, I will try and get them out to you Thursday at 5. So Thursday at 5, Friday at 5. And then it'll be first come, first serve.
So if you can't be there, you get the last choice, which is fine.
Yeah, because, we're all signed up for helping to carry water.
Of course.
Cool?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to view from 527, 19 Lily Street.
Yes, Mr. Pagnum is online, the property owner.
Sitting board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Carrie. Connie and Val are alternates should they be needed.
Recused.
Okay, before we get started, guys, I just want to kind of go over a couple things. Let's please remember that anything on the agenda was deemed not to be consentable. And we do have a guidebook called Building with Nantucket in Mind that people should be referring to. And the more we make comments that reference Building with Nantucket in Mind, the more we don't design at the table, the sooner people will begin to use Building with Nantucket in Mind more religiously, and the sooner we'll be able to tackle bigger, more material projects than reviewing applications that were deemed non-consentable. And so, said another way, please be concise and stick to appropriate and inappropriate, and we'll go from there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm also recused from, because I'm a really close neighbor.
Okay, so just for the record, Abby is telling us that she is recused.
Oh, yeah, she's off, so she's off this. You need to
From-
call in an alternate.
19 Lily, Carrie is active.
I am.
So can we please amend the minutes to indicate Abby recused, please? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Well, you need a fifth. Connie or Val?
2, 3.
No, I drew the plan, so I'm
No,
off.
we haven't.
Am I missing something?
Oh, no, you're not. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was. Connie,
So Val's off, so it's Connie.
Connie, you're active. So for the record, Welch, Pohl, McLeod, Thornwell, and Pat. Okay. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Mr. Chair, he's on.
Good afternoon. Go ahead, please. What, did you provide us some additional information? We did a view.
Yes.
Was there a swatch we were waiting for? Did we have it?
Yep.
And that was, it's a grayer than it appears to be online in real life. And then they painted the leftmost corner, the lower.
Gray cloud
Yes.
right next to the brick,
Yeah.
and then white trim, and then copper dots out.
Yep. I was okay with that. Okay, great. Why don't we just then start with the board? Did anyone who's sitting not look at it? If they didn't, we'll have the other individuals who did view it look first.
So just, I'll jump in here.
Yeah, please.
Last week I was remote, and I believe that there was a swatch at the table that I couldn't see.
Yes.
So I was, waiting to hear what the rest of them who actually saw the real, oh, do we have it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if we could see it, that would be terrific.
Does anybody want to go while Ray's waiting?
I will.
I could. Okay.
So Carrie first and then Angus.
So,
Carrie first and then Angus.
Oh,
Okay,
excuse
Angus
me.
first and then Carrie, that's fine.
Go ahead, Carrie.
So I literally just drove by before, and on the way there, I went on North Liberty, and on the corner of North Liberty, there's a very bright blue building that also looks similar age. And I think this was a nicely muted blue that reads more gray. And so for me, I was good with it. I'm not sure of having the blue door as well. I think they had an application for like a Newport blue door or one of the blue doors, and I think that's too much. I think the door should stay the trim color.
Thank you, Carrie.
Sure.
Angus?
so, yeah, the sample online looked lighter and bluer than the real life sample. But then since then, I went by the house, and it reads blue, and a brighter blue than looks appropriate for that style and age structure. I think it would be perfectly appropriate for a Victorian or something that was a different style, but to me, it seemed too bright. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray?
Well, I'm looking at the chip right now in relation to the screen that I was looking at last Tuesday, and the chip to me has enough gray in it that it's acceptable in my eyes.
Thanks. Connie?
Yeah, I agree. I'm okay with the color for the house, but I do have some concerns about the door also. Thank you.
Okay, applicant, do you have, can we make a modification to the door color? Well, we will be making a modification to the door color. I want to rephrase that. Do you have a preference that is either, what is the color of the trim? White?
White.
Either white, or is anyone adverse to a complementary darker blue, but they would need to bring it in to have it approved?
It's fine with me.
Okay, anyone? Okay, so those are your two options. Do you have a preference?
I'm happy to go with either one, to be honest with you.
Okay, so we'll write, I think what I'd ask for is a motion to approve 1634 Benjamin Moore, and the door either to be white or a darker complementary color approved by the chair or the vice chair.
That can be my motion.
Okay, let's see. We're all here, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, Angus is opposed. Thank you, everyone. Okay,
Thank you.
we are on to 49 Meadow is being held. 10 Straight Wharf.
They're being held also. Holly wasn't available last week to work out the designs for both of those.
Okay, the only problem is it says hold until 6/3/25.
Well, it wasn't
so-
supposed to say that, but it's on the agenda.
Linda, please. I'm trying to just deal with administratively. So the date, just for the record, that it's being held till is the 10th?
Just so you, I didn't know she was holding to the 10th.
It's fine. I just
Yeah,
want to make
that's
sure
fine.
people are aware.
Yeah,
are-
it's going to be held, and Holly and I are going to get together this week.
So this will be heard on the 10th?
At the moment, if we can get the designs fixed.
The 10th is old business.
Okay, so not on the 10th.
The 17th?
So this will be heard on the 17th. This
That
is
works.
the second hold or the first?
Second.
Okay, so there's a delay built into that, I believe, Linda. So check with the office on the best practice. I don't have it in front of me. I can't remember them all. And that's why we're going to do a new procedure. And if it's got to be the following week or something, then we will have, it will be indicated in the agenda for anyone who's following this.
Yep.
Okay? 5 meter is the same.
Same.
Just for viewers at home and people in the audience who are sitting on the edge of their seat, the rationale there is that if you come this far or you have representation to speak on your behalf, it's not fair for you to be here and then not have notice. So if the applicant or applicant's agent haven't given us 2 weeks prior notice, there is a penalty that begins to accrue, which delays the next hearing so that you can be prepared.
Which is what she and I had a conversation about that today.
It's all fine. I'm not, this isn't on you.
'Cause we
as
haven't
an
heard it.
applicant's
We haven't
agent. I'm
heard 'em
just
yet.
explaining the policy and the practice. Okay. So now we are on to, what about Pochick Ave? I'm here. 3?
Yeah.
Okay, good. No, it just says hold, and I didn't know if,
Well, in this
why.
case, it does say hold to 6/3, which is today, so.
Right. But given the prior two,
Yeah.
I wanted to
I
check.
see.
Hi, Andrew. Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the HDC.
Yes, I am. If you could allow me, that'd be great. Thank you. So just to give everybody a brief summary on this project, we were here in front of the board, I don't know, I think maybe 6 months ago. There's an existing house on it. If you look at the screen, you can see here. Just have it here. Get rid of that. This is the existing house that's on the site that our client purchased the lot across the street at 2 Pochick. That was approved to pick the house up, cut it in a few pieces and move it across the street. And so now I'm back for ideally the application for what is to replace it on 3 Pochick. I think for many of you that know this area, Angus, I think you actually live on Pochick or something, don't you? At least your address.
Ensconce.
Oh, Sconset. Oh, all right.
Different Pochick.
Different Pochick. So Pochick, as you all know, is off of Surfside Road here. It's a dirt road that meanders down, and essentially the road ends at the property line for this site. And then it becomes a private driveway. This is the old Mark Lombardi property that extends all the way out into some of the wetlands that exist towards the beach. And so I am here in front of you to express that there is virtually no visibility of this property from anywhere. We've taken a series of photos. Here's a good aerial to give you a sense. I intentionally took the photos in the winter months to give you a sense of the worst case scenario that exists on the site. Here's the house that's there now that's essentially moving across the street to this site right over here. As you've come up to the drive, where you're now at the edge of this driveway, you're already on private property because Pochick ends. There's no visibility of the existing structure. We're putting this new house essentially in the same exact location. As you go around, no visibility, no visibility. I even took from Wee Weeder, so if you came around the backside and looked into the property, there's all wetlands there and there's heavy vegetation. So even in the winter, again, there's virtually no visibility to this structure. This is the new site plan here. I believe we're a little out of order, but Mirko may join to do the landscape. There's an existing tennis court that is to remain. The existing house, like I said, was very much right in the same location. And we have a main house here, a shed, and a one-story garage, no studio above, up towards the street. A new sort of office here, and then this is a gym with a second floor space above it. But again, none of this can be seen looking out because this is all private property here as well. So I'll go to some renderings that we have, and just to refresh everybody, this is the house that was there that we're picking up and moving, just so you all see it. It's kind of the same shape on length of the new structure that we're proposing. These are some renderings to give you a sense of what the house looks like in context. From the road, if we sort of forecasted the worst case scenario here, you would possibly see the one-story elevation of the garage that faces the street and perhaps one of the ridges of the main house that exists towards the rear. The house is natural trim, red cedar roof, black windows, white sidewall, obviously, and the highest ridge point is 28 feet on the structure. And it is a pavilion-based approach like many of the other projects that I've come in front of the board with. This is the front elevation that you'd see as you come around the vegetation, more of a straight-on view. I don't have the large glass gasket conditions that the board loves so much. This is more sort of natural shiplap, so I've heard the advice. And then this would be the view from the rear side of the property looking back at the house to give you a sense kind of what the one-story pavilions look like around it. I think it's generally a fairly simple house. More than half of it is one story. I don't think that's me, but
No.
anyway. I'll stop there, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And leave it. I think it's hopefully fairly straightforward, but I can pull up whatever anybody wants to look at of any of the applications in front of this evening.
Thanks, Andrew. So your board is, a little change up is going to be Abby, Angus, myself, Ray, Val is sitting off, and Joe will be active. That will be for all of these applications
Okay.
at this address. Okay, who'd like to begin?
So
Abby?
I'm trying to orient myself. I want to know if everything burned down from, what is it, Nobody or Farm Road? Pochick.
That's a rather pleasant thought.
What elevation would we be looking at?
I'm sorry, Abby,
So-
you're saying the street elevation from Pochick?
Yeah.
Remember, though, again, you're on the property when you're in front of this house. So this is private property. If you look at the map here, Pochick essentially ends right here, and then this becomes a private drive that goes back. So I'm not sure I've ever heard that line of questioning before.
I'm
from
trying
burning
to
down.
see what we can see from a public way.
So you can't see anything from the public way, but this would be the front elevation of the house that should half the vegetation burn down. This is what you would see.
Okay, so that tallest peak there is 28 feet.
Correct. Which is the same height of the existing house that's there and all the adjacent houses. I mean, the houses further out are over 30 feet.
I don't mean to be contrary. I'm just looking for worst case scenario, that If we
Yep.
were to see this from a public way, what would we see? That's my
This
question.
pretty much, this peak right here, Abby, and the one-story garage that exists here is all you'd see.
Okay, because, you
But
know,
you'd have
we're
to be
obviously
on the
concerned
property.
about the height of the doors and the windows and the very large scale window that is on the north, well, that's in the north, but still, there's some fenestration here that is concerning, and so that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, Abby's concerned about the fenestration potentially being visible at some point in the future. Angus?
You know, this is a good conversation for our organizational meetings of what is visible and how to treat that, because if we're going to pass things just because they're not visible, what keeps them from being steel and glass or, you know, pink rubber or, you know, whatever. So I believe that the Secretary of Interior Standards is that anything that is within the historic district should conform to the regular guidelines that we would have for anything that you can say. So I'm a little bit torn. This obviously doesn't follow the guidelines, the amount of fenestration, the proportions, the shapes and sizes of the windows and doors, the flat roof. There are a lot of elements that wouldn't be appropriate. And I think that that's probably why there was the preamble of this is not visible from anywhere. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Ray?
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, I'm sure it doesn't come as a surprise to hear people saying that, you know, a lot of what we're looking at wouldn't be acceptable in a location that was visible. Although I have somewhat of a different understanding of this with respect to this particular house, where, as Andrew has pointed out, the actual road stops in the northeast corner, the publicly traveled portion of it, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, I guess in an abstract world, if like somebody clear cut the whole site, you would be able to look over from the public way and see obliquely the
That.
front, AKA north side of this house. You know, and, you know, to me, there are two things that would potentially be, you know, objectionable in terms of HCC guidelines. One would be the very tall window to the left of the front door, and the second would be the, you know, long flat roof. However, you know, we have approved a lot of houses like this based on lack of visibility. And, you know, one of the things is this house is all natural trim. Windows are black. And, you know, I mean, it would really take you clear cutting not only this site, but the neighboring site to really like get a full on view of all this. So, you know, I'm less worried that we would be, you know, compromising our standards in approving this because of a lack of visibility that relies not just on the vegetation, but on the neighboring property. Thanks.
Thanks. Joe?
Yeah, thanks. So having looked at this earlier, there were a few proportional things that I thought were unusual and not typical, but I think I'm convinced that you're not going to see this building other than this worst case scenario elevation that sits almost at the middle of the lot. I'd say the back of the house looks like it's at the middle of the lot, and there's a lot of layering here before the street. And I think, you know, I know this is positioned so that the garage is blocking some of the massing, but the thing I had the most concern about was the flat roof portion forward of the other masses, but I didn't understand exactly where the street ended. So I think Ray has summarized my feelings on this, and I think given that the flat roof thing sort of creates this pavilion approach and it's relatively low, I'm fine with it due to lack of visibility.
Thanks, Joe. I guess that leaves me. So I'm just going to hit a couple procedural things. One, obviously a motion is going to include subject to fire sprinklers and vegetation.
Did you say a motion?
If there were a motion.
Oh, I thought you said.
Steve, we'll talk about that offline, how that gets done, but I'm with you.
Yeah, what is visible is going to be a really interesting discussion. My suggestion is that we would consider that there are some things best left unsaid, and there are some things that are best to not have too fine a point, because it creates problems, especially when you consider that our charge is not that of the Secretary of the Interior, which is actually a good thing if you look at the Ringling Brothers Historic Museum, which is actually a beautiful facility with a ton of really incredible art. They have a ceramic snakeskin palm tree structure that is added to it that conforms with the Secretary of the Interior's design guidelines for adding on to historic structures, which we do not follow. My point is that that's one, we have something else that we follow, which is building with Nantucket in mind, and the more particularly our Establishing Act, and that does not stipulate a definition for visible. I guess we could always open up the act, but it'll be like to define visible, but that would be like a constitutional convention, and everyone would want to have their piece of the HDC Enabling Act modified. So with that, we have to rely on past opinions from town council, and visible is pretty clearly indicated as visible. I'm not being pointed, I'm not being contrarian, I'm just trying to establish that's what we have to work with based upon my pretty thorough review of the historic record of the HDC documentation.
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Can I finish my comments?
Oh, sorry, I
Thanks.
thought you were finished.
No, I actually want to comment on the structure. We have approved flat roofs before. I wanted to say, building with Nantucket in mind, we do not have the super index that we agreed to develop at the CLG that would allow us to quickly look these pieces of information up, and also to very simply be able to refer an applicant's agent to them. In this instance, I'm fairly certain there is a reference that the design guidelines for in-town and near-town are, how the words go, is to be relaxed in more rural locations, or areas that aren't as densely populated. I'll have to look it up. So with that type of approach in mind, given the lack of visibility, the fact that we can add visibility requirements, the comments that Commissioner Pohl made, which I felt were very relevant with respect to, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I think trim color, vegetation, location, I'm actually okay with this. I do acknowledge that there are atypical elements. I do acknowledge that some of them certainly would not be approvable, maybe even if they were viewable in this location, but that's not, to my mind, the case. Abby, you had a question?
Yes, how do you get to 1 Pochick Street? Is that not, can you not get there because of the road? or-
Abby, this becomes, if you look at the screen, this becomes a shared driveway here that 3 services to get onto their property, and then this goes all the way back down through here like that.
And that's just the one house on?
To the one house, correct.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
I didn't see that before, but.
And just for the record as well, I've been doing work on Nantucket for 26 years. I'm only here based on precedent and rules that I understand to be fit. When there is no visibility, there are things I imagine that are approvable, so that's why approaches are taken. Certainly in places you would never consider doing architectural elements like this. So if the rules change, that's, so be it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that acknowledgement, Andrew. Okay, are there any additional comments? Okay, what would we like to do? It seems like there's consensus around the design and, but I'm not making a motion.
Yeah, I'll hazard one. My motion would be to approve this based on lack of visibility from a publicly traveled way.
May I,
Sure. Second for purposes of
well, I was just
discussion.
gonna suggest that perhaps that there would be a condition that the vegetation would be maintained or supplemented.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ray's motion is to approve, subject to lack of visibility with existing vegetation maintained or supplemented to maintain the lack of visibility at the time of inspection and thereafter.
That's my
And
motion.
on the motion, Joe's here. Ray, on your motion?
Aye.
Sorry, Joe's online. Joe?
Joe's on.
Aye.
Let's see, Abby?
I'm a nay.
Angus?
Aye.
No. So for the record, 2 opposed, Abby and Angus. Yeah.
I was an aye.
He was,
Oh, you were an aye? I'm sorry.
Surprise.
Yeah, look at that. Okay.
could I make a motion that all other applications are approved under the same terms, just to save time? Or do you want me to go through the shed, the garage, and all of that?
I think that
Very
what we're
clever.
gonna do is just have you put them on the screen for the benefit of the process. Let's take a look at the site plan,
Okay,
and I think that's sufficient. And
Fair, you
at that point, if somebody has a concern, they can voice it, and we can take another, we can take a
Sure.
left or right turn there.
sure. This is for the garage. It is located the closest structure to the street. It is a one-story garage, nothing on the second floor, natural trim, and it is 15 feet, 5 inches tall.
Okay, why don't you, Andrew, just for the sake of this, just flip through the elevations on that, please.
Here, they're here, right up on
In
the
case
screen.
anybody hasn't seen them.
Yep.
Does anyone have a concern with this?
No.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Let's see, Angus on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Next.
The
Same
shed
process would be
is a
perfect.
structure, it actually appears to be a gable structure, but it's really like a snail's chair, whatever you said before, you just, no, kidding. Anyway. One-story structure, natural to weather, ridge height is 13 feet 11 inches.
Any concerns? Motion?
No concerns.
Motion, anyone?
Motion to approve.
Motion to
it.
approve as submitted.
Joe first. Joe on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Next.
Okay, the next is an office structure, which is again a one-story structure located south of the primary dwelling, so further off the street here. You can see it is also a one-story structure trimmed natural to weather with a ridge height of 15 feet 7 inches.
Concerns? Motion?
So moved. Motion to approve.
On your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Next.
Okay, the last structure is the accessory structure, a gym and a small sitting area. It is located again further south, so much deeper into the site, 400 feet off the road. It is a two-story structure trimmed natural to weather with a ridge height of 23 feet 5 inches.
Okay. Concerns? Motion?
I'll make the motion.
On your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. 2-2. That was all of them? Did we do the pool hardscape?
We did,
No,
Miss,
Mirka.
Mirka
Oh,
is
okay.
here,
I
if
was-
she wants to
Yep.
present.
Yeah, let's, I
Mr.
mean, I
Chair,
can't imagine it's gonna be much more involved, but
Yeah, sorry, they're out of order, I
What?
apologize.
let's do site plan and I think site plan at this point.
Yeah.
So I hope I can share the screen now. Let me try how it works. Perfect. So I believe, I don't know, we can start with the pool.
I think site plan, Mirka.
Yeah,
This
site
is
plan.
Really, this is
Yeah.
gonna be quick and painless.
Exactly. So the site plan, as you can see, the pool is past past the main structure with the all hardscape. There's some part of the boardwalk at the grade in front of the main house, but other than that, it's the gravel driveway and everything hardscape related is behind the main house.
Okay, thank you. Are there any concerns given the location and the other approvals? Is there a motion? And a motion with emotion? Anything?
So, motion to approve as submitted. Can we reinforce the vegetation that is maintained
visible,
or added to by inspection and thereafter?
Yes, and I will tell you the motion for the minutes makers is not visible at time of inspection or thereafter, maintain supplement existing vegetation as required. Good for you? Okay, on your motion, Angus.
Aye.
Let's see, Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. That's the easiest pull you ever got, Mirka.
I know, and there is
You owe
one more,
Andrew a thank you.
there's one more pergola, and that's, should be slammed down
Yeah,
at
I
this
think
point.
that pergola is, let's just, we just saw it on the site plan, right?
Yes,
And it's adjacent to the pool,
yes,
and the pool is behind the house,
yes,
and we just approved everything.
yes.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Take Joe.
That will take Joe. Joe on your motion?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are now on to 20 Cliff Road.
Oh. Oh, this is a pergola.
Chuck? Hey, good
Good
evening,
evening.
Chuck. How are we?
Good, thank you.
So, when you're ready, we'll start with the site plan, please, and then kindly direct staff through your presentation, your brief presentation.
Yes, we have two items here, and staff comments said I should have separated this, but there's an existing historic structure, 1747, and I've documented significant, from a number of sources, that the building had shutters on it multiple times. So we're looking to add shutters to just two of the primary elevations. And that is all the changes that we're looking to make to the actual structure. The second part is landscaping, hardscaping changes that are on the Cliff Road and the southern property line. There's some pictures of the existing site that are important to take into account. There is a board fence to the south that abuts the two properties that clearly blocks the view of most of everything we're looking to do. It's about there's the board fence. So all the things that we're proposing to do, except the trees that stick up, are hidden by that fence. And then on the front of the property, there's a picket fence that runs along the top of an existing picket fence that runs all along there. We're looking to do a new picket fence that's very similar to that, but we want to move it back. We want to move it back enough to create a planting bed in front of that to soften that transition from the hard brick walks, brick walls. The set of steps that you see there to that little gate are very narrow and very steep. So Marty from Wisconsin Gardeners here, but we're proposing to change those, make those 5 feet wide, a little more formal. The house has changed. The house, if you look at the old historic pictures, it was very much a farmhouse when it was first built out there so long ago. But it's been somewhere in the late 80s, early 90s, it became very formal in that they took away all these, the porch, the clapboard, the shingles, and made it a white painted building with formal clapboard and a much more formal entry, that type of thing. There was a porch that wrapped around in this version. There was an early version where the porch wasn't there. The porch changed a couple times. That's a different porch, so it's changed a few times.
Okay. Chuck, that was the signal that you met your time limit.
Got it.
We appreciate you wrapping up so quickly as you did. We've read Holly's comments and,
Mr. Chair?
yeah,
I have a question.
yeah.
This is a sort of a housekeeping question, but like, as I read this, we have one application.
Correct.
But the shutters would be an application and the hardscape would be a separate application.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna address the shutters because they're in the application, but any motion will be to have a separate application come in
for the
so
shutters.
that for the purposes of building, well, you don't need a building permit, but just for the file, it'll just be a separate.
Right.
Because it's not a hardscape. Okay. Okay, thank you for that, Ray. And any other questions? Okay. Is Mickey, do you guys have anything?
We do.
Okay, please go ahead.
So this is Mickey Rowland representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader. This is a very, very old house, 1747, I think. The landscaping elements that are changing, some of them are actually quite visible from the street. There's some proposals to change some brick steps to stone steps. And that's probably really it. 3 new or a stone walkway partially visible from the street. So there you go. Those, brick is just plain more appropriate for a structure of this age. So we would prefer to see those remain brick and any new ones become brick. And regarding the picket fence, I would just request that just in case that picket fence is not 36 inches tall, that they build it to match the existing height, which might be a little lower. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Let's see, so regular board would like to begin. Val?
Sure. I went by there last week, and I think my only concern really was the stone too. It's such a departure from what's there, and the stone and the granite. The fence isn't an issue, and they've got a plant in front of the fence. So it's not, for me, the fence, it's really just the stone. It's gonna come up, there'll be a stone, like, landing, and then more steps in stone, so that's it.
Okay, thanks, Val. Who's next?
Oh,
Angus?
sure. I agree about the steps remaining brick if they're going to get reconfigured, as well as the height of the fence, that if it's less than 36 to match what's existing, but no higher than 36. And I also have a concern about the granite patio in front of the house. Characteristically, it's the kind of thing that would be on the side of the house or the back of the house, but right in front of the facade is out of character, not appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Certainly agree on the stone steps, agree on the fence height. Now, I'm looking at so, yeah, this is a very old building, and the sort of stone that's being proposed for the patio in front of the front door is architectural and sort of very much a departure from both the house and its context. I would like to see, I guess I don't object to stone per se, but something less formal looking than that, something less architectural and sort of, almost modern in feel. Those are my only comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Pohl. I agree with Commissioner Pohl wholeheartedly. Stone is fine with me, but Abby, did you go?
No,
Oh, I thought you did, I'm sorry.
that's okay. But I'm going to reiterate, I think the granite patio is too much granite. I think that should be brick. Granite walkway should be brick as well. And I think the opening going up the steps, I don't mind the antique granite steps, but when they widen to like I'm not sure what it says,
5
7.6.
feet. The
Here
steps are
it's-
5 feet, sorry.
Okay, after the 3 steps, it says 7.6. That's a large amount of stone. That should be shrunk down to more of what the 3 steps going up is, because 7.6 is a lot of granite. And that should probably also be brick. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. So my thoughts are, as I was saying, is that I don't disagree with, I agree with Commissioner Pohl's comments. This being stone, loosely formed, not tightly packed, not aligned, not clearly aligned in an architectural manner. I agree with Abby that transition space from the steps to a landing are an architectural feature that is inappropriate for the structure. And also having it split between a fence, I think is a little bit odd, or I should say atypical. The plant materials as represented, I'm not really comfortable with the presentation. That would seem to me that this is like a rose laden fence or something on those lines versus fence that is gonna be partially hidden. But it's, fence is there, so I'm not, take those comments in stride. And I think that's it. So for me, again, just loosen it up, the stone, and stone predates brick. So there you go on that. Just, it needs to be much less formal. And the shutters would need to come out of the application. I would like to get comments. Can we pull up the shutters, please? Just the elevation that indicates, at least on the south, which is the front. And Chuck, while they're being pulled up, it's just the south, correct?
No, we're doing both
front.
two
Oh, I see.
elevations. We want that gable that faces Cliff Road, and then the primary elevation that faces south.
Gotcha, okay. Would anyone like to comment on the shutters? And these are black?
We're asking for black. They're operable. They're sized appropriately for a historic structure. They will have workable hardware.
Okay, why don't we just go down the table? Angus, Abby, Al, Ray.
Thank you for circling back to the shutters. I got deep into the landscape. So the shutters, yes, as long as they're sized so that they could work, and that the right side is facing out, of them sloping out,
Right.
so they look like they work. And they're wood.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Yep, I'm fine with them.
Abby?
They're louvered?
Yes.
Louvered, yeah. And the front is not clapboard, is the front shingled?
That front is shingled.
Okay, the
Only
front
the main, interesting enough, this house is turned 90 degrees. The primary elevation is 90 degrees to the street, and that is clapbored, but this is
Oh, the
shingled.
front of the house is clapboard. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. And that's white?
It is white.
Yeah, okay. All right. I think the black is a little harsh, but let's just keep going down the line.
Okay, Val,
No concerns.
on down the line to Ray.
No concerns.
No concerns, except for just submit a separate application. What we'll do is get that in. We'll have that, we'll get the reference number added to the little block here. If for some reason we don't have the full application, we'll just reference the COA number so we can vote on it if we end up voting next time. So do your best, Chuck, get the shutters in. That should be a quick turn. And then we hold for revisions on the hardscape.
It's just this one.
Correct?
Yeah. Can Marty's the landscaper on the.
Yeah, Marty, I want to keep it brief though, because we've kind of, yeah. Marty? No, we're not going to do a full-scale presentation. We've already talked about it. If you want to make a couple comments, please do, but we're at the point in the meeting where we've kind of walked through it and we've established what our perspectives are, so.
In relationship then to, oh, thanks. Okay, thank you for taking the time to review the project. I knew this project and its location were important and paid a lot of attention to doing the right thing. My proposal for the wider steps is appropriate both for safety and they're all collected Nantucket stones. The old steps are locally collected stones. The appropriate program here is rubble. The hot foundation is still rubble. And on the walkway to the store, the bricks 1978 were added in. And so keeping the whole brick wall, doing a very quiet antique steps coming into the yard. Right and left, the proposal is evergreens, creating a garden aspect of this application to the street. I think that there will be zero visibility. I know that, as the boxwoods I'm proposing are 4 and 5 feet tall on top of the wall. So, and the walk up to the front door, the current door is bluestone with granite, and then it goes to the brick walk, which is on a ramp. The elevation changes from the backyard to the front yard are 21 inches, so there's 3 steps in the entire elevation. It's actually a very simple softening of the existing condition with a very minor change. Thank you for your considerations. I'll resubmit.
Thanks, Marty. I just want to point out, I think there were some pretty clear instructions with respect to revisions. Chuck, as you're aware, we have 3 chances to make material revisions, or it's the denial and it doesn't come back for 2 years. So I'd like to just caution that. There seems to be a little disconnect. What is the width of the front step area? That width's of 5 feet, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for 60 inches.
And the other is, and the other's 38, right? And as we know, the building code is a minimum of 3 feet for stairs, and that's inside a residence for safety purposes, so anything. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion. Did we vote on this? Revision? Do we want to add a view? Is anyone interested in a view? I don't.
I already viewed.
Yeah, I mean, I know
live
it,
right
so I'm
next
not.
door.
Okay, so we're gonna hold for revisions and a separation of the shutters from the application. We're not gonna get a whole new hardscape application. The hardscape application is the hardscape application. The shutters will be a separate application. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Abby, is that your motion?
That's my motion.
On your motion.
Aye.
Actually, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Good luck with your throat.
I know.
It seems to be going around.
What is that?
I think they should also correct the drawings.
Very raspy.
That's the first time I've heard that, but he's been.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so 14 Tripp Drive is being contacted as we speak. So I don't know if you wanted to skip over to,
Tripp Drive is being contacted?
yeah, they're not here, but I'm surprised because they missed last week. So
Okay,
if you wanted to
so-
scoop over to,
Do we have
What about C Street?
waterscapes?
yes, Gary King is online. There he is.
Okay, Gary.
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Briefly walk us through, please. And
Okay, so,
going to be showing it on the screen. You can kindly direct staff.
okay. So the homeowner, we are doing a spa on this property, and I think even though the spa has an auto cover, they're trying to add some additional security by installing a gate and fence where it's located. They wanted the gate and fence to be a height of 4 feet. They would like it to be a white fence. It's a type 2 picket fence and gate. And that's pretty much all there is to it. And interestingly, after watching the last thing with Chuck and looking at the fencing there, I think a 3-foot fencing gate would work better myself, but they asked for 4.
I'm sorry, Gary, you're referring to your application or Marty's?
Yeah. I mean, I think they're asking for a 4-foot height, maybe because they think it's more safe with a spa.
Sure.
But I think a 3-foot would do the same thing. because the
Okay.
spa already has an auto cover.
Okay, thanks for volunteering that information, very helpful. You guys have read Holly's comments. Do you have any questions for the applicant's agent?
Yep.
Val?
I think, Gary, where the confusion comes in is that the fence that's drawn is not a typical picket fence, but if it is going to be a typical type 2 picket fence,
Yes.
I would not have an issue with it. I just wouldn't want what's drawn. That looks like a board fence.
Okay.
Right. I think there was some confusion. They just wanted to, well, they think it can match that, but I know that it can't. They want it to be white, which I think is appropriate for this. And again, they're just trying to provide an extra layer of security, I think.
Okay, thank you. Mickey?
Just simply, our recommendation is to make it 36 inches high rather than 48. Thanks.
Thank you, appreciate it. Abby, you had actually, was this? Yeah, this was you. Do you have any comments?
Well, I don't remember it, but I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Where's the spa?
The spa is all the way around the back of the property. Well, there's a little yellow box kind of shown there. That's in general where the area is. And this has already been approved by HTC earlier in the year.
Okay, so it's behind, so as you come around New Street, that garage blocks the spa?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. You can't
So
see
guys, we're
anything.
basically looking at a gate that's type 2, that's 3 feet.
Yeah, no,
high.
I just.
No, I'm just clarifying for everyone.
Yeah, okay, so I don't think, I would rather just see the typical type 2 picket instead of the 4-foot in
Okay.
that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Val?
I went first.
Oh, geez, I totally lost track. Imagine that. Angus?
Yeah, 36-inch high type 2, it's fine with me.
Does anyone have a concern with a type 2 36-inch fence?
No.
Is there a motion to approve, subject to Exhibit A modification, just in the notes?
So moved.
Angus will do the Exhibit A. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Jamie is online now for 14 Tripp.
14 trips. Okay, so we're going to go back to 9, 10, and 11 of new business of May 6th, 14 Tripp Drive. Good evening, Jamie. You're up on the new dwelling. Do you
Hey,
want
good
to,
evening.
do you want to share your screen and present, or would you like staff to just kindly follow? Okay, so just provide direction to staff, please, when you want to flip pages.
Okay, great. I have this open. And I can talk you through it as imagery comes up.
So Jamie, what we're doing here at the HTC these days, hopefully from now on, is a high-level summary, and then we'll ask questions, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty, okay?
Sounds good. So if you bring up a site plan, I can, yeah, that's good. There should be one that shows what we're proposing, but this is the last property on Tripp Drive, which is a dead end. And you won't be able to see, it's been subdivided, the property into 2 1-acres. It's a lug 2 lot that has been subdivided into 2 1-acre lots. The current building is on the property line, and part of that building is being saved and repurposed on site as a carriage house for what we refer to as the southern lot, or lot 14, which you guys have already approved. And this application is for the northern lot 1 property, lot 13. And so it's not visible at all from the street. But I can tell you, as you drive in the driveway, the first building on your left is a landscaping shed.
And then beyond, as you continue down the driveway on your left or to the south is the location of the carriage house. Continuing on, as you have 2 horse paddocks as you approach a stable. The stable is a residence and a horse stable with 8 stalls. Six, I think, will be 4 horses, and you have a wash stall and a tacking room, stuff like that. And then lot 14, which has the carriage house, is a continuation of paddocks to the south. And then separate from this, our property, even further to the south, also has paddocks.
Okay. All
So
right.
it's-
Thanks, Jamie. So I had this as a review for consent. I think overall the massing is appropriate. I felt that, but I thought it was very stylized and I wanted everyone to have a chance to view it. So those were my concerns when I did not advance it for consent. It's the regular board, and can we show what do we got up there? I guess we'll just go with it. Who wants to go?
I can go.
Ray, and then Val.
Okay, Steve and I agree. I think that the form of the building is fine. It's about this sort of, it's very tricked out. It's got like everything but the kitchen sink. Maybe the kitchen sink's still in there, I don't know. But like 3 cupolas, these sort of brackets that are sort of Western in feel on the columns, the little sort of appended, I don't know what you would call them, arbors or whatever on the gable ends, gambrel ends. So I think, the vertical boarding, although, the vertical boarding is appropriate to a barn, the sort of brackets that are holding up the rakes, I just think this as a design is good. I would just like to see it pared down. I mean, simply put. Thanks.
Thank you. Val?
Well, that's pretty much what I was going to say, as well as offer. I do want to view, and I have been on this street many times because I was friends with the diocese, or are friends with who's ever left over there. But it's a simple street, and the structures are simple, and I just don't think this is within keeping with everything else on the street. And then I had a question for Jamie. Each one of these applications has this black 4'6" fence. And I just want to point out that that is not approved with the building. It needs a separate hardscape, and I'm not sure, do we have any black fences anywhere?
Yes, if it's okay, for me to jump in, Mr. Chair.
Briefly. Yep.
Okay, so just on Ray's comments, this building is, and I completely appreciate your comments, but just as a little bit of
Jamie, I'm sorry.
context.
I thought you were just going to comment on the fence. I'd like
Oh,
to.
that's fine. That's fine.
I'd like to have everyone finish before you.
All right, I'll keep it to the fence. We have all of the paddocks next door, and on my property next door, which abuts this property, and will be kind of part of, the horse elements. There, that same fence was approved and does exist.
And it's black?
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear. Okay. Anything else, Bill? Well, you are the authority having jurisdiction. So the fence will be separated from the application, and if we decide it can't be black, then we'll decide it can't be black. So take solace.
I did have one other question.
Please.
Everything is marked as bronze and brown, which I'm struggling with too. I don't know what, you know what I mean? Like the metal is brown, the windows are brown, the trim is brown. We need a little more.
Okay, so we need, Jamie, I think it'd be appropriate to get like a color sample of something if you've got particular materials in mind. Or when you say brown, is it a natural to weather brown on the the wood materials, or is it a stain, or is it a paint? So I think we just need a little clarification on that point, and you can comment when you comment in a moment.
Sure.
Abby?
Okay, yeah, no, I'm too high a style for this area. I don't mind the form, as people have said, but, for instance, the trim detail, it looks like it's a foot wide. If that were brought down to half of that, it's got all the bells and whistles of like a Victorian barn, but I think it's just too over the top. I would, if you have to have a cupola, I would just do one. And that's, so you've got a standing seam roof, and the barn, I think it's a lot of different materials going on. It's awfully busy. I would, sort of calm it down by either not having the vertical board for the siding, maybe that just becomes shingle, or you don't do the standing seam roof. Just calm it down. Thank you.
Okay, Angus?
I agree with what's been said. I mean, this is at the end of the road. It is the end of the road, right? That isn't a loop. I'm looking at the site plan or the locus, and the same thing that's used for Tripp Lane in South Shore Road is also circling the property. But assuming that that's not a loop, I think that a lot of the concerns could be mitigated by vegetation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jamie, just, I've got nothing to add to my prior comments, so that closes out our comments. We do have a question, though, for instance, on the materials. I'll give you the example, and then I'm going to give you a request. The example is that the barn board would be natural to weather except for on the east, but the east doesn't indicate what the materials are. So I think what we want, given the, it's not a big lift, it sounds like it is, but what we'd just like is a sheet that says the materials east, northeast, west, south, the cardinal points. And if there's a difference between something, you'll just indicate, on the east, it's a particular color. And if it's not a color that we'd ordinarily be familiar with, like you want that to be Main Street yellow, which I don't think you want to, we'd want to get some type of a sample, okay?
Okay.
And then you're free to comment if you want to.
Okay, thank you all. Really appreciate your comments. I think we can come back to you in a very responsive way. I will just point out that this barn and style and the colors as proposed are consistent with what we have at 59 South Shore Road, which abuts the southern property and will be, although it's not, the same property, it is going to be an extension of the horse paddocks, and there will be a relationship between them.
Okay.
The idea with the cupolas, and we can tone that back, but we were trying to get some vents up through there because of the standing seam roofs are tough to walk around on once they're up. So we thought that would be a better way of handling roof penetrations by hiding them. The central one was for light. And so if you guys think that, just if you have any thoughts on maybe an approach that you'd be okay with, that would allow us to potentially deal with those two issues. Totally open to some direction on that. And then the green barn, which we moved from the Westmore to 59 South Shore Road, which has some of the white stain on the vertical board and batten. I think on this proposal, we suggested all natural wood except on the one elevation underneath the farmer's porch, but we'll happily clarify that for you guys. And natural's fine, so.
Okay, that sounds good. And then Jamie, just, I'd suggest, it's a common theme going on I can hear at the table. With respect to the other structure you referenced, just provide some imagery. It'll be a supplemental submission, and it'll give us a little bit of context there. And with respect to the cupolas and options, At this point, we're kind of coming to a close on this, but I'd suggest perhaps if there's alternative solutions that you feel would be appropriate for the program you have, to go ahead and include them in the drawings, and we'll take a look at them, and then we can comment at that point.
Okay.
All right?
Can I just ask one question for
Yeah, go ahead.
general feedback? If we were to extend the middle cupola so that it had kind of the glass element, but it also had additional room for some vents that wouldn't be glass, maybe glass on two sides and wood louvers on two sides, would that be something you might be open to, a slightly enlarged central version?
I would suggest, Jamie, not to be dismissive at all. Just put it in as your option. If you've got 3 or 4 options, give us the one that you love and 3 that we'll hate, and maybe you'll get it. But no, seriously, if you present some options of what you're looking to accomplish, and then we'll see what happens at the table.
All righty.
Okay, so we're going to get a motion to hold for additional information, which would be a material spec sheet, images, and some options on revisions on destylizing, and options on cupolas and other roof features.
So moved.
All in favor of Angus's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Let's jump over to the garage.
This is better.
Things coming our way. Jamie,
Yes,
you ready?
I am.
Okay, it's all you.
And that fence reference picture that we just scrolled by, that is the existing fence at 59 that is visible from the south side of this site, not from the street, but
Okay.
just thought I'd point that out as well.
And Jamie, just on the fence, I mean, it might not be a bad, I just want to interrupt. It might not be a bad idea to, put up some posts and some ribbon, and we can do a view on it. Because if it's, it'll give us more information that could be highly relevant to a determination, okay?
Sounds good, although it won't be visible from the street again, but
Yeah, I'm not going to suggest anything elaborate, but maybe just, some lightweight posts, the 2x2 stakes that are 6 feet tall, and some marking tape. And once you've done that, you could let Kathy know, and she'll inform us, and we'll go by. And if we don't see it, we don't see it. So that's kind of where that would shake out. Okay?
all right.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
All right, so if you just scroll back down to the elevations, we can talk through that. But essentially, again, we're reclaiming part of the existing building that you guys have already approved. So you end up with 2 carriage houses, on 2 different abutting properties, now 1 property. And these 2 have a lot of similarities, I think, to one another, and are meant to, create some coherence in the site amongst what will ultimately be 4 buildings between the 2 properties at 14 North and South. But I think it's pretty straightforward. If you have any questions or comments, just let me know.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Questions, anyone? Who'd like to begin?
I have some answers.
Val?
I think for me, this is all about visibility. And now that you've mentioned the other site a few times, if they're supposed to tie together, I'd like to see a comprehensive plan of, we're looking at this in a vacuum. Here's a couple of buildings, and now you've just mentioned it's been split, and there's some other buildings, and I think I would feel more comfortable seeing the whole shebang.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on the architecture itself?
Just simple is better.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I agree. Simple is better. And also, I realize that the X that you have continuing through your main building and this one, usually we do just the, without, the X is on the inside. And I think if you were to reduce some of these crossboards, that would calm this project down in both areas, the main house and the garage. But it's nice to see a simpler version. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, my phone is doing funny stuff. Angus?
I agree with simplifying. Just looking at this and thinking about what's going to be most visible from the street, it's that east elevation. And normally the stair would be on the inside, and if it's on the outside, it's going to, to the side or the back or something. So I would try to reorient that or put it inside or simplify it, but it seems too much facing the driveway entrance. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Ray?
Same comments as the barn, in its essence, the massing is fine. I just would like to see it simplified, the detailing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Jamie, I'm the same. The other thing I just keep in mind is, we might do this 2 stages. Just simplify the brackets, the ornamentation, the railing, the crossbucks, the doors. I don't have a concern with the architecture, the structure itself, the massing, just as with the main structure. It's just the style, it's highly stylized. So that's the first comment, but to go back to stages is that, before you order your brackets and whatnot, I don't know if you're ordering these as like kit or not, but you might have another bite of the apple once we see what's where. So just keep that in mind too.
Okay.
So it sounds like we want the same material spec sheet for each elevation.
Yes.
And roof materials and revisions to simplify the presentation of the structure, correct?
And I want a comprehensive plan.
And Val would like a site, I think, Jamie, it'd be fair, just give us a site plan that gives a concept. So frankly, I think it'll benefit you with respect to architectural review if part of what your program is to create a kind of a sense of togetherness, of similar vocabulary and so on and so forth. But at minimum, I think a site plan indicating the structures that are in this application and those that you're referencing. It would be also helpful if you utilize that as a method to convey images. So you could put image references on the site plan from the approximate location they were taken numerically, and then you could number the images within the PDF, and we would have an opportunity to look at the site plan and look at the PDF, and it would give us a very comprehensive perspective and in an accurate manner. So that would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the more information. Site plan key and images key to the site plan, and revisions and a material spec sheet per elevation. Is that someone's motion?
So moved.
All in favor say aye on Abby's motion.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can I clarify one thing about the spec sheet?
Yes.
Is that more like a photograph rather than an artistic rendering or a description?
I was actually looking for just a simple spreadsheet, like a window or door schedule, but if there are materials that are not commonly known or utilized here, that we would want to have some graphic representation, like a manufacturer's image or a tear sheet.
Yeah, when we are getting into brown and bronze. And
Right.
those,
Yeah.
That's like, unless you see a photograph of it.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, like door handles, we're not going to see from the street, but we still want to understand what we're talking about and voting on. Jamie, any questions on that?
Nope, I think it's pretty clear.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to jump to the shed. And then for the folks at home, we'll be taking a 11-minute break. Let's see. I think we can go right to the elevations. And Jamie, I think we could just, we'll just go through if anyone has any concern. Does anyone have a concern?
Well, I have a question. Again, it refers back to the site.
Yeah.
Because there's a gate here that seems integral to this structure. I think the structure itself is okay. But I'm looking at the photos that show the site looking on, and we have the neighbors next door, and then we have this vast amount of vegetation in existence now. However, it seems to me, the way the site plan is set up, none of that's going to be there.
Yeah, so we just planted, I don't know how many hundreds of green giant arborvitaes around
that will look terrible all in a row.
around the property line. And I think that, we're trying to establish some good screenage in lieu of, yeah.
No, but we're approved.
Can I make a suggestion, Val?
Yeah.
So Jamie, I think, when I'm looking at the images and I have an idea where they are relative to what's proposed, but the site plan you provide with the additional structures you've mentioned and the neighboring lot, and again, the images indexed to the site plan will be very helpful. And then when we go to do a view, we'll have that information, and I think it will help us to be much clearer, and if we have a concern, it'll be easier to articulate. Right now, I'm a little concerned if we go down the road of what will or won't be visible yet, we don't really know. The other thing is, I think it would be beneficial is if, Jamie, you know what's going on here, you know how to do this. If you can indicate a clearing plan. Again, I don't think this is going to work against you. I just think it's information so we're clear on what it is we're viewing. If you mark up on the site plan areas where vegetation is being removed and replaced, that would be beneficial too.
Okay.
Or supplemented or along those lines.
Okay.
Is that on the landscaping?
Yeah.
So there will be a landscape.
Yeah, I'm just thinking go ahead and do it on the site plan, that there
Yeah.
should be one site plan that we can utilize which has the images indexed, that has the, if there's any area that's going to be, Jamie, I'm not talking about if you're taking out 10 shrubs. I just, if you've got a area where you're doing significant clearing and then you're going to be supplementing it, it doesn't need to be a hardscape landscape plan so much. We'll deal with hardscape landscape when we deal with it. It just needs to be, bubbles or some type of an illustration to indicate where clearing will be going on and supplemental planning will be going on.
Okay.
Is that, you guys comfortable with that approach?
Yeah, I'd like to see what's going on.
Okay. So I think, is there anyone have a concern with the structure itself?
No.
Okay. So what I'm going to suggest is, Jamie, we have this track, and we'll deal with the gate as part of the hardscape, and go ahead and supplement the site plan information on the other app, the main house applications we just discussed. So can we get a motion for this to track?
So moved.
And you're Abby on your motion?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Okay. So we're going to take an 11-minute break, and what does your computer say? Yep, 5:41. So 5:52.
Okay, thank you all.
Thanks, Jamie.
See ya.
All right. Just give me a count. 3, 2, 1. Now. Okay, welcome back to the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is still June 3rd, and it is around 6 p.m. We are on new business May 6th, and we are about to determine whether number 1324 Arlington Street has a rep.
She is not here in the room or online.
Okay, Abby, I'm not going to open this, but I'm going to ask, what was your concern on the shed? Do you recall 24 Arlington? I'm trying to make a determination whether or not we're going to just open this up and view it.
Hold on one second.
Man.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, please.
So the shed is a prefab shed. It's
Oh,
like
it's the plastic shed. Oh.
Now, which in and of itself, it's behind the house, wouldn't trouble me if it were invisible, but there's another road that comes in the back there. And I think that there's a potential to look from that road right into the backyard of this property and see it. So I got a feeling that's why it wouldn't have gone on consent.
Mine's not
Yeah.
loading up, but when I looked at it, it looked like the most un-Nantucket thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe somebody else should.
Sure. It is a lifetime shed. It's not one of those
Oh, yeah,
6
lifetime.
years and it's gone sheds.
No,
It says
doesn't
right
have
on
that
it.
pleasant rot to it.
Interestingly enough, the back it looks like a board shed.
Mr. Chair, she did tell me that they had just recently cleared that back lot. Like, oh, that would have helped
Okay,
you.
so I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna hold this one for a view.
Okay.
Because, and guys, maybe if you can drive down there in the back. Okay. All right, now we are gonna move on to 6 Fargo Way. Is Chip with us?
He is, Mr. Chair. He's online.
Good evening, Chip, how are you?
I am well. How is everyone tonight?
Hey, we're doing pretty well so far. Let's see if we can keep up the trend.
Okay,
All right.
this will be, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for an application for additions and renovations at 6 Fargo. Since we have submitted this application, there have been a number of design changes, and I would like to ask that the board just hold this for revisions, which would give us an opportunity to update the drawings accordingly. Thank you.
I think that's a great idea. I will say that I thought that what was proposed is a net benefit improvement, but, so we're gonna hold this for revisions.
So moved.
Regular board and Carrie, I'll keep you on the next one too. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. All right, Chip, see you next time.
Well, thank you
Two
kindly.
Road.
Bye-bye.
So this will be raise up, and so on that, we'll note agent. Is that cool? Okay. New thing, guys, just so you're aware, if you represent, you will be in the agenda under not recused, but under agent, which reflects our capacity to function as such under the open meeting laws, under Mass General laws. Okay. The board is going to be Angus, Abby, myself, Carrie. And why don't we do Connie on this one and we'll get Joe on the next one. Okay? Good. When you're ready, Ray.
Okay, so I want to start out by saying, before this came up, just now I was reviewing the application and there are pieces of this that are missing that I regret. But I'm going to move forward and we'll just see how it goes. So this barn is about, for those of you that are unfamiliar, I'm doing work at 4 Dukes Road. There's an existing house that dates from 1920. It's been up on cribbing for months and months and months, and there's, Pat Levesque was in, trying to get a demolition for it. We've had a lot of, dozens of people going through the building, have expressed interest in moving it, and nobody has taken it. And this is been a process that's been going on for a couple years now. So there it sits up on the cribbing, and I was trying to think of creative ways to keep it. I think it was Paul, who said, it would really be best if it stayed on site in some form. So what you're looking at right now, the owner expressed interest, sort of long-term interest, in having like a little barn that would be a rec area for his kids. And so when I said, look, the likelihood of you being able to move this thing off is remote, and the demo is also incredibly remote. So he allowed me to kind of play around with it a little bit. So I took what is now a salt box, and you can see that from what's on the screen. The lower two images are the building the way it is right now. And what I've done is I've annexed that salt box into a gable barn-like building. So you can see the quote-unquote front. Oh, by the way, those two dormers, I'm not sure we submitted photographs of this, but for anyone who doubts what I'm about to say, I do have photos that show that those two dormers were added. The framing is much newer than the rest of the framing, etc. So we decided to take those off. And what we did was we turned the salt box into a gable by taking the roof pitch that's the steeper roof pitch and just extending that up, turning it into a gable, keeping the box essentially the same, not essentially the same size, and then adding a smaller piece onto the back being that piece that's closer to the road, to Duke's Road. So that's new. And then the other part is the old part, and we saved the existing facade. We turned that to face the neighbor because it wasn't really in keeping with the rest of the architecture on the site. And, just to be completely honest, the owner doesn't really think that that's appropriate for when he drives into the property. So just in the interest of preservation, we kept that as an artifact, pointed it to the neighbor, and built this barn around it. The other thing I'll say is, in terms of where it's sited on the property, you may recall that a tennis court was approved closer to the road than this. So as a condition of that, the vegetation between the road and the tennis court A and this barn B is going to be very dense. So it's likely that you won't see any of this building, and if you see any at all, it would be that lower facade gable that I can't read, but I think the direction is north, has the two windows in it. So that's my story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, so you have Holly's comments and questions, and the board again is Angus, Abby, myself, Carrie, and Connie. Who'd like to begin?
I have a question.
Angus.
So, and I think Holly actually asked the same question. So the west elevation has the front door, which is quite formal for a barn, facing the neighbor rather than in.
Correct.
Is that that's correct?
It's
That's
intentional, because we really don't plan to use that door as the access to the barn. It's really, so far, we're only looking at these two elevations, but the other two elevations have barn doors on them that face back to the house and over to the tennis court.
Thank you.
So really, the idea was save the facade of this building as an artifact, but just don't have it be sort of a vocal presence on site.
Can I go?
I wanted to see, Angus, you got your question answered.
It was
You
just
wanna
the
go ahead?
question, yeah.
You want to proceed? No? Carrie?
Because I see this all the time, and I think it's a shame to not show that face to Duke's Road, because it is a remnant of what was there. And it's a great contrast to the modern big building that you're doing. And I just didn't understand why you didn't just, save that and then extend beyond. And the house is still looking everything else is still looking at the new part of your building. It's only Duke's Road, and you say it's behind bushes, that would see it. And it's kind of a nice little nod to what was there in the past. I get what you're doing, and this is not, my opinion is not a make or break deal, but I just feel a little bit sad about that because we are, you are preserving it. So why not say, we're preserving it? It's kind of cool.
Understood.
So, but the rest of it looks fine to me.
Thank you. Connie? Is there like a really big rat in the building?
There's something
Probably.
happening out there.
No, I don't think so.
I think it's
Sounds
right
like
out
it's
there.
in the ductwork.
It's in the ductwork.
If someone carries them down.
Linda, it's not, I sit here all the time, it's definitely not the gym. When the gym is there, they hear music, there's something in the ductwork.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes thump, thump,
Ghost.
boom, boom, thump, thump, it's kind of like that. Connie?
Yeah, I have no issues with the architectural structures of this building. I'm glad to see that something could be salvaged from that original building that was been dormant, I think, since, 2023? They're trying to find people to take it. So I think this would be a nice little addition. And again, due to visibility, I think it'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
I very much appreciate the gesture of repurposing the building. It's unclear really how much is being reused. I'll take your word on the dormers being a new addition and the elimination of those. But the fenestration on four sides, the whole interior, the roof, the siding, there's so little that is actually left of it. So I'm just, I guess, questioning how much is really being reused. As far as, like, if this were a new building, I wouldn't have any issue with the design and the massing and, where the siding, the front door with the side lights would be an average addition. But, yeah, I think the point in keeping this was really more of to retain the architecture that's, I guess, about 90 years old at this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Abby?
Yeah, I appreciate keeping the old building. Thank you for that. I think I don't mind losing the dormers. You said they were relatively newer.
Yeah.
But I do miss seeing that salt box shape. And I was hoping when I was reviewing this that you could see it from Duke's Road, the old salt box profile. I think the two styles don't really work together. I wouldn't mind seeing a barn, and I really appreciate keeping this, but it's like apples and oranges to me. It's just, it's not working. Maybe they could be separated and you could put a barn somewhere else, or this goes somewhere else, but, yeah, the siding of the building, it just seems odd to have it facing away, sort of south.
You'll never see it,
So, thank
Thanks,
you.
Abby.
know?
Everybody's gone, I think. So my feelings are, I think it's unfortunate that the house wasn't taken. I think we probably all feel that way, but for a different reason. One, obviously because it hasn't been taken, it's not being reused. Okay. Two, it's very late in the game to be designing a compound of homes. You've got a large home and you've got amenities and a second dwelling around a dwelling that's going to be at the entryway. So that, I am acknowledging, and I think that's what has driven the barn concept. I also think that this dwelling has, it is a structure, it is considered contributing. I've been inside it, I've viewed it several times. And it has limited practical reuse given various aspects of the layout, and it has not been taken and is not associated with a character of local character. It is not associated with an architect. It doesn't meet some of the different criteria for this to be a higher level structure. So I am not concerned with the modifications that are proposed. And the other element in that determination is the fact that much of it will be hidden due to the landscaping that is consistent with the tennis court being hidden and other things. I think it would be very odd to have this be, partially wooded and then to have this structure just kind of popping out. I understand historically that's how it's been. It was a lot that was not as well landscaped, but I don't think it's going to look appropriate. So I understand I'm in a minority here, but I just want to be clear that I think it can be approved as submitted. It sounds like we want to hold for revisions and some additional information. Unless you have questions.
I have a
Well,
question.
I'm gonna make sorry. Go ahead.
Can I just ask a question?
Yep.
Because of the siting and because it's an appropriate structure for this property, I don't understand the keeping of that facade personally. It's on the, it's never going to be seen. So the idea that it was a historic structure and we were not going to let you demo it, you can renovate it, but then don't have that facade there.
Right.
Like, just get rid of it. It's dumb. It's not, you know what I mean?
I want to be
It's not
really,
functional
really
to the
clear.
house.
I want to be very, very clear on this, So, as you guys were discussing, what I was thinking about was the old laundromat building, that Victorian facade that was at Caton Circle, that is no longer there.
Yep.
Now, the history of that is the building wouldn't come down unless the facade was saved.
Right.
Marty McGowan took that facade and he brought it out to Pumpkin Pond Farm, and he was going to use it to build a building. And then Sheila Fee came in and said, oh, I will take that and I'll put it down on Orange Street.
Yep.
And so, one scenario would have been, it would have gone out to Marty's Pumpkin Pond Farm and nobody would have seen it forever except Marty and his guys. So the reason that we're saving it is not because the owner wants to save it. The reason that we're saving it is because we're regarding it, we're respecting its history, we're regarding it as an artifact, because there was clearly no support for a demolition of this structure.
Right, but you're
So
hiding it.
What I'm trying to do is balance, and it's like, yes, indeed, it is facing the neighbors, but guess what? It's still there, like it's existing. And so who knows, what the history of the building will be, and somebody will find it and say, oh, I'll reuse this on Fair Street, for my facade. So listen, it's me, my firm representing this owner and trying to broker a resolution to a problem that he inherited, frankly, because when he bought the property, it was basically told to him that all the buildings would be gone. And 2 of them did go away. 2 of them got relocated. This third one, everyone had the best of intentions to move it. But the reality is, the number of lines that would have to come down, the number of times it would have to be cut to move it down the road. We even thought about moving it further back on Duke's Road, but every single neighbor on Duke's Road would be up in arms burning torches if they knew the kind of vegetation we'd have to chop down to get that. Seward Johnson's son, John Johnson, owns a piece of property at the end of Duke's Road, and he said, I'll take it. And, well,
We can't get down there because of the.
I'll take it down.
Right.
And,
too
but we're
narrow.
gonna need to clear a swath all the way down Duke's Road to the very end. And I said, there isn't a person who lives on Duke's Road that's gonna be in
It's
favor of
true,
that.
and
I'm
Hollis
sorry.
Webb as well. I just don't see the point in keeping the facade. So my point is like, just get rid of it. It's gonna be
Well,
bushed
listen,
over,
you
no
know,
one's
my-
ever gonna see
My owner
it.
would not object to that, but, you know, I was just trying to do my due
I
diligence in
get
terms of
it, but it was sort
preservation.
of moot with the way it was
Right.
being done.
So I gotta hold this there a second. Carrie's outlined a point. Ray, you've responded. Does anyone care to comment on what we're discussing?
I could.
Angus?
I agree with Carrie. I mean, the building's not getting saved. It's the two windows in the front door with the side lights. And I mean, if those aren't going into the dump, it would be great for them to be saved and repurposed for someone to use. But I don't see nearly enough of this structure to say that it's a reuse. And so it's just kind of weird to have this one face that's different from the whole rest of the building. And so I agree with Carrie that, you know, if you're going to go this far, you know, why not just go the rest of the way?
Or have it face Duke's Road.
Right. Abby?
No, I'm just listening. I've already said my piece, but I think we should hold for revisions and see.
Well, I wanna
Oh.
explore.
Oh.
issue.
Don't know what to do.
Connie, do you have anything you want?
No, I remember looking at the original building, and it was in pretty sad condition. So I was kind of happy to see some part of it being repurposed. You know.
Okay, thank you. So my feelings are, my perspective on this is kind of given the new information that Carrie's sharing. I think that, I agree that the proposed architectural features are incongruent with the prior existing. And in that regard, if there's support for a complete overhaul of the structure, so it's one character, then I don't have a concern with that. I do respect deeply the idea that you're trying to retain the artifact, shifting it. I would only add to that if it is shifted to face the neighbor, then it's not going to be visible in any event. So the incongruity that we're looking at on paper isn't something we're going to be seeing. But I'm not adverse to this being renovated over or modified to change the character of the structure. If there's a vote for that. So we can hold, but I think we have some consensus points. I'm not positive. I think the safe consensus point is that it would be, I think there's 3 votes that it would be, look, I'm not gonna say for Carrie, but she's saying change it all over. So that means that if the facade isn't visible, perhaps she would support that. I don't know, Carrie, where are you on that?
Well, it will be planted out,
Yeah.
so we will not see it. And I personally would have loved to, you know, have a little peekaboo at the old farmhouse that was on that property. If the owner hates it and doesn't want to see it, then plan it out so he doesn't see it, but let others see it because it is an historic structure. But given that that is sort of, you know, probably not on the table and it's not our purview if you can't see it. So, I mean, they're making it so we can't see the old structure, right? So I don't know. It's just bizarre to me.
Can I make a-
So, yeah, I think
Ray, go ahead.
Just
get rid of
point here.
those doors.
Back when the 3 original buildings were there, you couldn't see any of them. They were all up on the hill and there was so much scrub vegetation there, you couldn't see any of them.
Right, it was a very different
Nobody
hill.
knew they existed.
Yeah, no, it was a windy little driveway
Yeah.
and through the trees. And
Yeah.
yes, I only got a glimpse of it a few times in my life living on Duke's Road. So you're absolutely right.
So I guess the question I feel like Connie is in a position where Connie, would you support, would you be voting? I guess I'm polling you. I'm trying to figure out what to do with this. Are you in a position where you think that as submitted would be approvable? Okay. And are you in a position where you think that if it were modified to be all barn-like, that it's approvable or no? You do, okay. So Carrie, where are you on that?
I think, why not just save it, as Ray said? It's a little nod to
Yep.
saving the piece which the board wanted them to save, that little cottage. So at least we are being consistent with saving that little piece of the cottage. And if it's weird and planted out, so be it.
Okay.
It just is what it is.
And then Angus?
I think whatever of this structure, is much of it should be saved, but what's presented is part of one face of it, and I think those could just be saved and used somewhere by someone else, but this, yeah, I don't think that the addition goes with the house, and I appreciate the nod to keeping some of it, but I don't think it's enough of it to warrant having this mishmash of architectural styles.
Thank you, Abby.
Oh, God. So, you're going to think I'm so stupid, but I just want to make sure you're going up the driveway.
Yeah.
You're looking at the short end of the new building, and
Yes.
that's got the barn thing.
Yes,
And then as you go down the driveway and you look to your right, you see a barn-like structure, and then with the extender on it that goes further back.
yes.
So, and then on the other side, as you would see the old front door with the two, okay. I just want to make sure that it's facing away. That's what I thought originally. Look, I just want to save the building, so,
Okay.
Can I just, and I don't want to really belabor this.
I didn't hear the bell
Because we were all
go off
going to
yet.
get out of here very early tonight. Now, to the point of saving it, like, my intention here was not just to pull the facade off and just stick it onto the side of a brand-new building. My intention was actually to keep the frame and everything of the existing building. The footprint of that back piece is the footprint of the building. And so if you want me to save the framing, well, let me just say, I came in here representing that I'm not just saving the facade, I'm saving the whole frame that's there. Now, of course, in so doing, I'm going to have to cut in some new openings for the doors and things like that, but that was the intention.
You're extending the roof up.
I was extending the roof up, correct? Yes.
Well, a good compromise would be to keep that salt box shape. That is basically.
All right, we're kind of going back and
Yeah.
forth.
Well, it's
Can I,
Yeah, I'd like to maintain a little bit of structure here. I think that we have enough information as a commission to make a motion and see where it settles out. And Angus, did you want to comment?
oh, I was just going to say to the point of how much is being saved, I think this is all sort of opened up because all that is open to the new addition, right? Is that floor to ceiling or is there a loft?
You mean
this area.
how that intersects with the new piece?
Yeah, maybe go
That
to
would
the
be
floor
open.
plan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
all
know,
open.
if you look at the plan, Angus, it's sort of an open plan.
yeah.
So I'm just saying that goes away, this goes away. The roof, that eave stays, but then it gets extended up, is that the idea?
Correct.
And then comes down to the other
Yes.
side. And then over here, yeah, I guess that stays the same, but then maybe scroll to the next, well, never mind. The other side, the fenestration changes, right? So the old back door and walls, yeah. So all this goes away in order to do that. And then this last
But no salt box.
gable side,
Can
yeah.
I just, I don't want to parse this too thin, but that back elevation with the door on it, that's actually a result of cutting away the additive past. That's already gone. And so what you're actually looking at, for any of you who went out there,
Yeah.
you're not looking at shingle, you're looking at siding and shelves that used to be in the kitchen. So that facade is really kind of gone anyway. Anyway.
I guess what my point is there's so much going that I would just make a motion to approve, and whether, I mean, I would do it sans the facade, you know?
I support that.
mean sans
There's enough being modified that, and it's, I appreciate it being, if you're willing to retain it, I'm not gonna shut that down, but it's kind of like when the HTC approves a false window someplace. It's just kind of like, what are we doing, folks?
Well, the HTC did not approve a demo like twice on this, and now we're approving a demo.
Well, actually, I
So
want
it's kinda
to,
weird.
Carrie, please, that's incorrect. We are not approving a demo. This isn't a demo plan. The applicant's agent has just stated they're retaining the framing. They're making, hold on, please.
Okay.
They're modifying portions of the structure to accept additions, but they're retaining the framing, so of what is of the structure that's being retained. So that's, I just want to be clear, procedurally, and in terms of what we're discussing, we're not discussing a demo.
Right, but we're discussing removing that whole thing. So it's really
Right.
just the framing that we're keeping.
So the character, so what is under discussion now is, has the essential character of the structure changed enough that it makes sense to retain a facade that faces a neighbor's lot? And then the subsequent question is it a gesture that is a worthwhile gesture, or is it something that we don't feel is relevant given the visibility, given the history of the structure? This is not one of the three bricks. This is not the facade that went out to the pumpkin farm. This is, a structure that's been hidden for years.
I have a positive thing to say. I think that I'm going to vote for this, but we're also voting about scale. And by keeping this, you've made yourself deal with this scale. So it's in keeping with the old house, and it's not a, blown out of proportion building. So I
think that's a really good point, actually. Thank you for that. So Angus, I think you were about to make a motion.
Yeah, so, I mean, the motion is to approve the structure, but without the front door and flanking 6/6 windows, but also to include an existing floor plan, demo plan of what the alterations involve with this proposal.
So may I, just because I'm seeing right, so essentially, in essence, it is to approve sans the facade that's shown, with that facade modified to be in conformance with the rest of the architectural design elements of the structure that's proposed, and to include a floor plan that indicates, color code to indicate what walls are being retained of the exterior and what are
Understood.
not.
Yep.
Is that?
Just.
And elevations.
And the
Okay,
elevation.
And just, I want to be clear on this. If we could scroll back up to the other, the quote-unquote front facade. There you go. Okay, so if we're going to redo that, I would basically just put 2 windows in there and have the same barn board sign.
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah.
the change.
That's-
There just wouldn't be a door
Remove the
there.
door.
Yeah.
Leave the windows, remove the door.
Okay, got it,
And garden planning.
got it.
I'll take the door.
You can have it.
On the
We'll
side.
give you the HTC discount.
Entire everything.
I wanted this kitchen
Okay,
sink.
so the motion has been made.
Beautiful collection.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You guys, we voted, did you vote?
I didn't say it, but yai.
Yay.
Yai.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks a lot for hearing me.
All right. And we appreciate I think we all appreciate the gesture of wanting to retain that, or the offer. Okay, now we're going to move on to 8 Cannonbury. And this one is also gray, and it will be the same board.
What's that in Exhibit A?
Please, yes, I think that's what your motion was.
The
Exhibit
two
A.
windows.
And just to clarify, the windows are the existing 6/6 or matching the 2/2s that are everywhere else?
You made the motion. I'm not.
That
I
was the
don't-
one part I left out of
Yeah.
the motion, but if it's okay with everyone who voted in favor of it, I would just match the fenestration that is everywhere else.
I
mean,
would
the
say
motion
6
didn't
over 6.
stipulate retaining anything else. It's, I think if you want to retain something and repurpose it somewhere, that'd be very beneficial.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so now we are on to 8 Cannonbury. And same board. So when you're ready, Mr. Paul.
Okay, so I personally am breathing a little bit of fresh air right now. This is a new dwelling on a blank site. Cannonbury, as we all know, is relatively new subdivision just south of Sconset proper. I chose a gambrel because, well, for a number of reasons. One of which is that it allowed me to get them the second floor program if they wanted, but also in terms of gambrels, think about driving down, not Low Beach.
Ocean Ave? Ocean Ave?
Ocean Ave. Some of the best examples of gambrels I find on this island are on Ocean Ave. And they vary in shape, you know, one of them, and I forget the guy's name, it's a really wide gambrel with, you know, massive amounts of windows in the gable ends and so forth. But I felt like that the gambrel was very appropriate for the neighborhood. There is another gambrel in the neighborhood that I believe Val worked on. So it's really sort of, you know, classic gambrel style, if we can roll down. And by the way, I apologize, I didn't put any vegetation on there, but obviously they're gonna vegetate the front. So that's the side. If we keep going, that is the front. Okay, this is the part that faces Cannonbury. And, you know, I'll leave it to the board, but I would like to say that this has a lot of traditional elements on it that it shares a lot of the same vocabulary that the gambrels out on Ocean Ave have. There was a mention, I think maybe by Rob Benchley, about the stone columns, which, you know, I originally designed them as shingle, which, you know, you guys have seen in my stuff before. The owner asked about stone, and I immediately thought about Stone Post Way, which is the next street up from here. And the reason they call it Stone Post Way is because there are big stone posts out there, and they're sort of like Connecticut field stone walls. I think that there's a lot of precedent for stone in Sconset, in particular. So I just thought, well, you know, it would be nice investigating, you know, that as an element on this particular house. But if we just go through the other 4 elevations, I think you'll find it just, you know, sort of a there I am, time's up. But, you know, the facade that faces Stone Post is going to be the one that you're really looking at. I'll take questions.
Okay, thank you. Same board, any questions for the applicant's agent?
One question. What, the property, it looks like the property towards Low Beach does not have a house on it yet.
Does not.
Is it vegetated? I haven't been out
It's
there.
got scrub vegetation on it. Yeah, it's sort of that low scrub oak, yeah.
Because I feel like that south elevation will be visible to an
It
extent.
actually will
To an
be,
extent, but
yeah.
not a huge amount.
yes.
Right, so I have a follow-up question. Is there not privet along a lot of these empty lots? I thought they were doing that for the
They did the
sales.
They did the grasses and
Oh,
a
that's
stone
what it is.
path.
It was
and-
Mirka, yeah.
There is a lot of privet in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yes, there is, and there are large,
Who would like to begin?
I could go.
Abby?
Yeah, I'm buying it. I think, yeah, I see why you would, why somebody would question the stone, but, maybe when you're doing the landscaping, you can tie, maybe it's pea stone or something to sort of make it make sense. I think, it's a large house, and it's the Sheeling. It's on the corner
The
of
shieling.
of
yeah,
Maury
that's-
Lane and
that's the
Ocean
one.
Ave,
Yep.
or something. And I see the aspects, I see the resemblance. I think the only odd thing, and I think it's just a drafting, is that the way, after the stone columns, the way they sort of become a little pointed, I think they could be, I don't mind if they're tapered, but they look a little,
On the front?
on the side, facing Cannonbury.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
talking about the upper portion of the column?
Okay, so maybe that's not reading properly, but it's a stone plinth.
Yeah, stone
From
plinth.
here down is stone, and then above that is a tapered square column.
And on the drawing, the top of that tapered column is a little pointy. I think I think it's just the hard black line, so.
Got it.
But no, I think it works. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I just also wonder, why aren't you doing tapered columns in the rest of the house? Not necessarily the plinth, but just the similar scale with the taper.
I wouldn't mind doing that.
I just think it would make sense.
Yeah.
Then the other thing is, on the front elevation, I'm focusing on that one. You have cool 10-light doors. Are they shutters next to them?
Yes.
On the left?
Yes.
Okay, I think that is cool. And I also, I like the idea of the snow. I think that's, there's some character, that is, of the place. And the only thing is this, I think it's the south elevation. I like the rhythm of doors you're setting up, but then at the end gable, you have them sort of looking like a sunroom, which is fine, but the heavy gambrel on top, to me, is a little bit imbalanced or just incongruent to have this light thing under this, heavier roof. But I don't
Fiona?
think that's really gonna be.
Sorry,
visible.
could you go to the south elevation? Carrie, I'm pretty sure that I understand what you're.
I'm not sure
Okay.
it's gonna be visible. It's that end piece on the left, like you've got this nice rhythm of doors and then they're all jammed together all of a sudden. And I just think it's a little much with the heavier roof above it. But
Okay.
again, it might not be visible, so.
Don't
But I
think it
think
will
this
be.
is a really
I
cool
should do
house.
some perspectives of this. I can work up some perspectives as seen from various spots on the road. I think that would be helpful.
But you can tell on the site that that piece in the front comes this way.
Correct.
So I think.
Okay, anything else?
Thanks. No.
Connie?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I really like the little round window on the front. I think that adds a lot of character. I think I appreciate the design. I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that leaves me. I think it's appropriate. I buy the narrative of a stone post. That's appropriate. I have two concerns, very minor, I think. One is the front secondary door shutters, just the meeting rail would align with the rail of the main door so that there's a common kind of a vocabulary there. I don't necessarily mind that it doesn't, I think not aligning with the lights of the doors of the doors that the shutters are to the left and the right are okay, but it just creates a little, it's not a big deal. You're not, this is gonna be a shaded area. It's a very small detail. It's probably not gonna be visible. I would ask though, for some consideration for a more traditional chimney top. it looks a little contemporary.
Yeah, put some, you might as well go all the way and
Like
do
even
some owls, yeah.
Would be
Oh,
simple.
well,
Get some
my
owls.
owners would love that, because, you know, they're really looking for a very traditional kind of
Yeah, I think
house.
the owls
So,
would be a
yeah.
nice touch, and it would kind of finish the chimney portion. So those were the only two concerns I had.
Okay.
What do we want to do, folks?
I'm questioning the cardinal points. Because I think the short end is north, south.
East.
All
The
right.
street goes north-south.
Ocean.
and then-
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, it's true, Abby.
Oh.
Shall we?
Well, I
better
say the
glass of
ocean is
Cabernet
east.
on this?
Oh, the ocean is.
I'd love
east.
some Cabernet
I'm just
right
thinking,
now.
wait, to liven it up a little bit.
But isn't the ocean east?
Well, you know, Abby,
Northeast.
like, I would say yes, but I'm often deceived, like, when I'm working out in Wallwinnet, I think that Co2 is north, but if you're, the further you go up towards Wallwinnet, all of a sudden, Co2 is like to the west, it's not to the north anymore. So
It's
I'm relying
southeast.
on the site plan and the locus to tell me what's north and south, and I could be, you know, we could have missed that.
I just wanted to have the argument.
I do understand what you mean now.
It's right around that time where Abby usually wants to do.
Northeast.
Okay, so what do we want to do, folks? A motion?
Am I on this one?
Yeah?
Okay, I hadn't spoken yet, but,
Oh, I thought you did.
He had a question.
Oh, that's right. Go ahead, Angus, sorry. Am I on this
no,
one?
I'm,
Hello?
I'm actually fine with this. I think that this is following in a long tradition of cottages along the shore in Sconset and the Bluff, and I think it'll sit appropriately as proposed.
Thank you.
And I like the idea of the chimney owls.
So was that a motion to Exhibit A with the chimney owls?
Yes. Are we talking about, I'm just thinking about the chimney owl that we don't see in front of us. So is that something that could be approved through staff, or is there something in mind that is?
We could have it approved per approval of the chair. We can't use the vice chair in this instance. So it would just be, you know, they'll bring in a tear sheet and it'll get stapled to it. And so it'll be Exhibit A, add chimney owls, owl design subject to approval by the chair. And then I'll take a look.
Can we
at it.
add one little note about just not a severe taper? Not as a severe taper
I
on the
think
front?
that's probably a drafting thing, but what do you?
Just a little
Well,
note.
listen, you know, this is something that we study a lot, because we don't want it to feel like that top piece where the capital is too slender. You know, visually, it doesn't look like it's enough to support. So I'll investigate that. Usually we start out with the width of the beam and then flare out from
It
there.
might just be because the height of it, it just seems
Could
skinny at
be.
the top,
Could be.
that's all.
Okay, and then are we doing tapered posts anywhere, columns anywhere else? Or we're gonna just?
They're not gonna be visible.
Okay, so
And
at
is it
the
all-
option of the applicant,
And they're not on
Are they
plans.
all chimneys getting owls?
yes.
Yes, and I guess the reason that I'm suggesting that we see something is that I'm not picturing just the plain 3-foot high terracotta, but something that has more character to go with the structure.
Yeah, so basically, the two types that I'm most familiar with are the tapered square, right? And they have little holes at the bottom and little holes at the top. And then there's a round one that looks like, almost like an elongated vase turned upside down. You know, it's tapered, it's round, and it just has a little sort of half round.
Not that one.
Not that one, okay.
I-
Well, if it's the square one, that's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
Well
suggest that we look at, I think it would be beneficial to look at them because these are round column tops, correct?
Oh, I thought we were talking about the chimney.
no,
No, I understand that. Follow me for a second here. These are square chimney, or square column tops over the plinths?
square.
Okay, so the square would be fine on that. Okay, I just was thinking if we're We have 4 vertical elements on the front of that house, and they're the tapered columns. So we want to, I would suggest we want to track the geometry in the owls. And I understand Angus' point about what is it we're approving, but I think he can trust in us to, as the chair and the applicant's agent, to come up with
Vice
something
chair.
sensitive.
Agent.
Fair enough or no?
Yeah,
Okay. And if you want to squabble, we can squabble. Is that going to be your exhibit A?
yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And again, exhibit A is to modify the chimneys to include owls.
Thanks,
Okay.
folks. Thanks a lot.
All right, now we are on to 89 Easton, Hardscape. And Joe is actually not with us. Is he back?
I'm,
Oh, he's back. Okay, he had a power outage.
yeah, I still am without power, but I'm got the light of my laptop and my phone as Wi-Fi, so I'm gonna stay on audio only.
Why don't we go ahead and proceed? Just kindly direct staff through the presentation, Joe.
Sure. Once I don't see it up on the screen yet. Yeah, there we go. So this is what everybody knows, I think, is Captain's Corner, 89 Easton. These are just to get some approval for some landscape elements, some of which are bringing back some elements that were removed for construction. So first of all, we're rebuilding the sidewalks out of brick. That's not part of the application. We have a 38-inch type 2 fence, white, that will be along Cliff Road. There was previously a type 2 fence there that looked like it was white but hadn't been painted in 30 or 40 years. We're also maintaining, so this client owns the structure next door. We're maintaining the existing footpath of cobblestone that's there, and there's a small, like 12-inch stone retaining wall that runs along that. If you scroll down one page, you will, okay, so there's a site plan here, and there's the type 2 fence on the upper right, the cobblestone, that's the exact cobblestone, that photograph on the right. And we have a bluestone patio that's attached to the house. You can see it in the rendering on the left. And if you scroll down just a little bit more on this page, there's a photograph. There we go. So the existing house, before we did the reno, had this elevated deck and shower there. You can zoom in more if you want. And when we got the house approved, we had a patio there attached to the house. So that's why there's a note on there that says that this patio was HTC approved, because it is an elevated structure. It actually has a basement underneath it, and it's been connected to the house as part of the architecture of the building. And then the other element that we have is a fence and keep it on this image, a fence and a pergola and an outdoor shower that create some loose enclosure in the yard. And they're also meant to visually screen the hotel. Actually, if you go back up to that photo for a second, you can see the back of the Nantucket Hotel through here from my client's yard. So we're looking to soften that that look. If you scroll up just a little bit on this page, or you can go down, that's fine. If you go down, can you keep going down? There you go. So there is the patio that's connected to the house is slightly elevated above the yard, will be wrapped in plants. Then there's a freestanding bluestone patio that we're planning on wrapping vegetation around it. There's also a privet that will be along Cliff Road. And the shower you can see is labeled, and then there's a pergola and there are elevations of it to the right. The layering of when you look at the east elevation of the pergola, it's a little bit confusing because there's a drive down that was approved as part of the HDC approval, and there was a fence that was there, and then beyond that is the pergola and the outdoor shower, which right now we have as white because the trim is all white. And if you, there's also another landscape wall that runs along North Ave that is evident in this photograph that's on the right, or the site plans on the right-hand side. That's between 18 and 24 inches tall. And there's a photograph of the wall. I think you have to scroll up a page and you'll see the wall material.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Is that
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. You guys have Holly's comments, and Joe, there is a question on there. There's a note indicating HDC approved patio. Do you?
Yeah,
Holly
that's
asked
the
for-
patio. That's the rectangular one that's attached to the house, was on the architectural plan and was part of, at least the way I saw it, because we were talking about removing the deck on the rear of the house and replacing it with a patio. So that was, in my opinion, it was drawn in elevation. It was drawn in plan when we went through the HTC the first time. So
Okay.
the second patio, the square one that I think is 14 by 14 or 16 by 16, 14 by 14, that and the pathway of stepping stones along the pergola structure is part of this application.
Okay, and then the other question is, the pergola is proposed as white?
Yes, it is currently. I understand there was a suggestion that it should potentially go natural. I just was thinking that it would be somewhat incongruent with the house. So we proposed it as white, and also with the white type 2 fence, it seemed to tie it all together.
Okay, and then I'm looking at my tablet. I don't believe has the font that you use, so it looks like Jabberwocky text. And I'm looking at what I think is MH2 sheet. Is the lower right image, is that representative of the wall that you're proposing?
Yes, exactly. In fact, that's a photograph of the wall that was removed during construction, and that material and that dry stacked look is what will be going back. Tom Hanlon is the landscape designer.
Okay, thank you. That was one of Holly's questions. It was also one of mine, so I wanted to follow up through on that. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Joe?
I'll start if you want.
Let's see if we got anything from Mickey. And then
Thank you.
Hi, Mickey.
Hi, thank you. So there's a lot going on behind this house that you really have to focus on the specific details here. Let's start with the raised patio. Now, I get Joe's point that it was probably presented on the architectural plans, but when I see a stone patio on a plan, I tend to ignore it, assuming it's going to show up on a hardscape plan. So I think that it's questionable whether that really should be considered already approved or not. And to that point, you don't normally have a raised stone patio. That's quite unusual, especially in the OHD. Any kind of raised decking is traditionally made out of wood. So the patio is kind of an odd one. So the drive down to the basement level, I know that was I guess approved, but it creates a very peculiar wall that you'll see from North Avenue as you look back toward the building. There's what looks like a pretty tall brick retaining wall. It's hard to tell how high it's actually going to be. One of the elevations shows it a few feet high, I'm not even sure, but we know it's going to get larger and taller as it goes down. There's a fence on top of the wall, but I think I now see that fence is probably a guardrail for the driveway, and it's not the leading wall. So maybe that fence isn't really on the wall, it's on North Street. The arbor or the pergola, not opposed to the concept of that kind of a structure, but it's a kind of a peculiar one, and it's detached from the house. And the fencing included with it really complicates it and makes it rather unusual. It stands out as kind of an element to itself, and I think it really needs to be toned down to some degree, and it's really kept natural to weather. The stone patio, probably don't want bluestone, or probably want a more organic looking, natural looking stone, or even brick. And I guess now I know what that stone walkway is in the back and the retaining wall that's existing, so no concerns there. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, Abby.
Well, so Mickey's brought up something that I didn't realize was happening. Is there an underground garage
Yeah, it's under the structure.
where it says 2.5? Wow, I did not know that. But then again, I never go down North Street, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So I'm always constant. So I walk by this all the time, and I'm watching the progress. And a couple of things. First of all, you're doing a fantastic job. It looks really sharp. So I've seen the raised patio that we said was approved already by HDC. Right now, it's a little raw looking because it looks like a poured concrete block, and I want to make sure that that either gets a facing of stone or somehow vegetated away so that it doesn't actually read as a cement block. That's my first point. Then going further, going up Cliff Road on the right, that walkway, is that, all of that stone, is that, what kind of stone is that?
There's a picture, it's a cobblestone. There's actually a picture of it, and it's rendered. I would say that this rendering on the site plan isn't entirely accurate. If you go up a couple one page, I think, yeah, right there. That's a snapshot of it existing, actually.
If you say it's cobblestone, I'm fine with that. It just was reading as a stone. I didn't recognize that how it was laid.
It's cobblestone, and the stone wall facing of that patio area, it would match the dry stack retaining walls that would be along North Ave and were existing along this cobblestone path.
Okay, so, yeah, that hedge along Cliff Road is essential. And the picket fence, I'm fine with that. I'm a little worried about all this white pergola shower. It's getting very Floridian looking to me. I would rather see some of that, maybe play off the different materials with each other. Some is natural to weather, maybe something is white, but not everything, because I think it's taking away from the house, and you've done such a great job. It looks so good. You've really brought life back into this old cottage. You just sit there on the corner.
I'd be inclined, just to save some time I'd be inclined to actually table that element and finesse it. I'd like to hear everybody else's comments, but I'm just saying that I'm open to finessing that element with the basic elements we'd love to get pulled together. Just some of the landscape work, as we're heading into summer, we want to get the edges of the property done, but this piece that's on the interior, it's an important element for us in terms of screening the yard from the hotel, and we want to get it right.
All right, so Angus.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said, most especially about the whole outdoor shower, pergola, fence situation being natural to weather as opposed to painted white. That's the main thing standing out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
For me, the thing that I'm trying to get my arms around is the underground parking. And if I'm not mistaken, Joe, would it be fair to say that the top of wall by where the pergola and the shower is would be like approximately elevation 8.5?
Yes.
Okay, so 8.5, and we have 2.5 down the bottom. So we're looking at its highest point, a 6-foot high brick wall, correct?
Oh, it's actually taller than that. It steps up another 2.5 feet. That top of wall is more like, see the yard at 11? That comes through and it rolls down a little bit. That top of wall is more like 10.
Okay, well, now maybe I need to view this because I know that it's not a 10-foot high wall for its entire length. It's only 10 feet high down at the very bottom. And you do have this vegetative stuff that's happening between you and the way there. So how much of that wall is actually going to be visible from a way that Abby has confirmed for me is like very, not that well traveled, really. So, but it's just a lot of, it's rather tall brick wall. I like the idea of getting the parking out of the way, but I'd like to just make sure we're doing the right thing there. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I think I have to agree with everyone that my major concern is that white pergola piece. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Joe, so I'm on the driveway side. For me, I got a question. The fence there on the, forgive me, I can't read the labeling. Again, the font isn't working on my tablet. But the fence on top of the retaining wall to the left as entering the basement garage, the intention for that is what?
That's a guardrail.
Okay, so not required under code. To me, it seems like it's a confusing element in the elevations, and to that extent, I think it could be waived as unnecessary. The next comment I would make is with respect to the stone wall that is on North Ave and bifurcating in some fashion that looks like an old wall, the brick wall on the right side of the basement entry, which is to say the base of it could be stone or appear to be stone, and then a higher up level at some point would be brick. So it's almost like, oh, they built a brick wall on top of a stone wall as time went on. That accomplishes a couple things for me. One is, although it's not going to be highly visible, it does help to tell a story. It also doesn't look to be brand new. And you've done this wonderful renovation on this historic structure, which is quickly going to age into place, but that brick is going to really stand out in my mind. The other element is if you're looking at your, I'm just going to address the, let me see the sheet here. The sheet MH3, and if you look at the upper right corner, upper right line drawing of the fence on the stone wall, the 4 and 2, the pergola and the shower, I think eliminate the fence. I think work out something so you start to see some of the stone wall and the brick, as I mentioned, and have that carry across as though it was a wall to begin with. I think simplify that 4 and 2 to a board fence. And I think it's a relatively small amount of space, of materials relative to the size of the structure, the gray shingles of the structure, the plant material that will be there. For me, it's not so much that it's white, it's that it appears to be busy in the drawing. And I think that's the thing that needs to be addressed at this point. Or there would be a vining material on the vertical lattice portion, so you have like climbing hydrangea or something up there that completely softens the presentation of it. So I know you want to rework that, but I wanted to give you some feedback on that while we had it in front of us.
Okay.
Anyone else want to comment before I think we're going to ask for some minor revisions?
I think if we could, as part of the motion, which it sounds like is going to be revisions, is to have a section that shows the length of the, of that slope driveway down into the parking, so that we see the wall in its entirety. That all this shower and pergola is backing up to. And the only other comment that I would say is to the chair's suggestion, with something growing on the fence to soften it, is to have some sort of bed material between the fence and the wall, so that there's ground for something to grow on that wall to soften it, rather than it just be freestanding as visible from North Street.
Okay. So Angus's motion sounds to me like is going to be to hold for revisions and additional information being a section along the length of the driveway facing the brick wall, and hopefully we'll see some stone under there. I added that last bit.
Yep.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thanks, Jill. Okay, now we are on to 5 Sheep Commons. Linda Williams, come on down. We're going to go back to brief, succinct comments, please.
Just don't design it at the table.
Pardon me?
Just don't design it at the table.
Yes. Thank
So
you.
who's my alternate?
It will be Carrie. And then we'll go to Joe.
Hold on. Okay. It was put on consent, Angus saw it, and was put on consent originally, not visible, not highly visible. It's quite a ways from the house, which is much lower elevation. Studio, garage, and he'd like to do barn board, vertical barn board, rough, instead of shingles. That's it. Same black window, same design, same everything, so the only thing changing is the siding, to make it look more like a barn.
The only thing changing is the siding?
Yeah, that's it.
To shingles.
Everything else has already been approved.
Oh, to barn board.
Barn board.
Okay.
It's minimally, if at all, visible, because it's set back inside the
West faces
foliage.
Sheep Common. Okay, thank you, Linda. Who'd like to begin?
Gave you a bunch of pictures in there somewhere.
Did you have a picture of the main house?
No,
Yeah.
because it's so far behind it, you can't see it. It's down below it, and
All
it's in
right,
back.
Linda, please.
You can't see them
guys.
at the same time.
I want to get through this meeting with.
I'll go if you want.
decorum. Thank you.
I was just curious about the main house for the, the connection, but otherwise, I think it's fine. The
Okay.
change.
Angus?
Thank
It's natural to weather, so it would
Yep,
go to gray,
yep.
which is not going to be that dissimilar from shingle. It's just that the lines are all going to be vertical, which is more of a barn vernacular as opposed to a house. So it's a little bit out of character. But due to the lack of visibility, which I think should be part of a motion, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Carrie?
I've got nothing to add.
Ray? Okay. Yeah, I'm good with it. So we got a motion to approve as submitted by
I'll make a motion
Abby.
to approve as submitted, changing the shingles to barn board, whatever it's called. What is it called?
Barn board. yeah.
Barn board, okay.
It
barn board.
works.
It just
But
sounds
with
funny
it,
when you say it 5 times.
I know.
Especially with the Cabernet and yeah.
But we don't, but with additional vegetation.
Yeah.
Along the sheep common lawn.
Okay. And that'll be Exhibit A, just indicating the location of the plans.
Certainly will be.
So we have an Exhibit A by one Abby Camp. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
I'm up again.
And Ray is up again, 33 Cliff.
James, please. Oh, it's the vegetation.
Approved.
When the owner's ready.
I gotta confess, I don't know what the revisions are that we have here, but this is a house that was approved a while ago. It's under construction, and I think what we're doing is our usual tidying up kind of thing where, we make tweaks here and there. So, I think you just have to focus on what we've bubbled in red and compare it to the previously approved, like in this case, which is just above it. So what's bubbled in red is that 8-light door that's being added and the window with the little shutters is being removed. We're removing the shingle flare. Fiona, would you mind scrolling? I don't see any more red on those two. Yeah, a little revision to this hipped roof piece, which is the mudroom entrance to the house. Creating a porch. And then on that gambrel end, it's bubbled for some reason. It could be the rake overhang that we have. We have a little bit of a rake overhang going now.
Okay.
Happy to
let's
take
see.
questions. Sorry, I couldn't be more.
No, that's fine. I mean, you know what? It's kind of nice. That should be one of our best practices. Let the drawings do the talking, and then we look at it and we say yes or no. So I appreciate that. Let's see. We have Holly's comments, and does anyone have any questions? Right at this point. Mickey, you guys got anything?
Yeah, we were fine with the architectural changes, but we actually sort of liked the flare. I thought it seemed to go with the building and feels lacking without it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, it'll be, Joe, are you with us?
I am, yes, and
Okay.
I reviewed this for consent
Yep.
actually, and I almost put it on consent, but I know that there was a lot of conversation during the original approval to bring back, or excuse me, not to bring back, but to finesse some of these details, and I still think it's a handsome building, but I wanted to have the board weigh in on it.
Okay.
So
thank you.
I'm fine with the changes, I guess would be, that's where I sit now.
Okay. Let's see. Angus?
I'm fine with the fenestration changes, the other details that are shown. So I just wanted to clarify the the eave or overhang revision is what, coming out or going in? That looks kind of the same.
I just read it. It sounds like what we're doing is we're pulling that gambrel out 3.5 feet, I think is what the note said, to make it equal with the other one. 3.6, yeah.
Okay. But really, out of all the proposed revisions, the only thing that I wouldn't change is the shingle flare, because I think that goes with all the other details of the structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who did I miss? Abby?
Yeah, I wish I could see this flared shingle thing, because, I mean, I would go for that, but where is that?
Oh, this is the
Go
wrong
for its
house.
removal or go for its staying?
That's Willard.
I would be in favor of it, but
We will, here. Where,
The flare on the base of the wall.
oh, yeah, no, I'd be in favor of that too, to go with the
Keeping it.
gambrel, yeah.
One thing I neglected to mention is the reason that the shingle flare we would prefer not to do is because we're going to have foundation plantings all around this building, and that's going to be a detail that nobody's going to see. I love it. It's a fabulous detail. We use it when it's, visible. But in this case, we're out at the site and it's like, well, nobody's going to see this anyway, so why are we doing it?
Is it a big deal to
It's
do
not
it?
a big deal to do. It's, it's more labor, obviously, but that's it.
Okay.
I mean, it's not huge. We just,
That's it. Good. She says cut you off. Zip it is what I say on the thing, but that's not appropriate to say anymore. I think that leaves me, if you're gonna do a flare, I would just say the two gambrel forward bays, and that would translate to terminating into the house. But I understand the foundation planning aspect and that this isn't gonna be visible, which is typically the case when I go out and inspect these structures. It looks great. It's typically only visible if there's a flare on the second floor because the extent of foundation planning is not extravagant, but it's definitely comprehensive. What do we want to do, folks?
I would make a motion to approve the proposed revisions, except maintaining the shingle flare. Yes, that's the motion.
Okay, on the motion, on your, Joe's with us, so Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
He's not there.
and
may have lost her.
was it, I'm sorry,
We lost him.
Connie? Who's Connie? Connie?
Yeah,
Joe, we
him.
lost Joe.
Yeah, we lost Joe.
Yeah. he's
Carrie,
not
can
there.
you step in?
Oh, yeah,
Okay, I'm actually, no, I think it'd be okay without the flare. So it looks like your flare's staying, the other stuff's approved, and we'll just, Angus, please note on the COA under conditions.
Thank you. Sounds fine.
Okay, now we are on
Because what if the hydrant
to 47 Halbert,
The
and
hydrant
that's
just died.
Joe.
We used to do brick.
Yeah, thank you. 47 Halbert, Joe, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, where are we?
Right, brief presentation, please.
Yes, sure. This is a circa 86 infill house. There you go. On the left side is the existing, and what we did is our client's looking to replace all the windows, and we've convinced them to simplify the trim and try to give this house a little bit more of a shingle style identity. So what we're looking at is changing the windows from 6/6 to 2/1s. There are some Brant Point bungalows. Can you just stay on that page? Sorry. That had 2/1 windows. So that's what we're proposing. And we're looking at getting rid of the pork chop. If you scooch down to the existing photos, the next, can you scroll down, please? Yeah, there you go. If you zoom in on that, the street view there, you can see that the existing eaves have that little pork chop return, which we're eliminating. So yeah, there you go. And we've got a slight arch at the front, and we've eliminated those columns. And so we're trying to simplify the building both from the street and from the ocean side. And if you go down, keep scrolling down to the next page. Do we have the? No. These are the existing elevations. Can you scroll down? There should be a comparison page. Oh,
I'm looking at it.
huh? There you go. There's the comparison page. So that page, yeah, that has all of the window changes that we're proposing. I guess that's it, since my time is up.
Nice job.
No, one thing I wanted to note actually is that there are some existing windows or doors that are without muntins on this, and you'll notice that we have doors on the ocean side that we've proposed without muntins. Our client asked us to do that. We thought that it might be in keeping, given the 2/1s and the overall goal to try to simplify the building. I just wanted to mention that by way of explanation.
Okay,
And that's it.
Thanks, Joe. We have Holly's comments. Does anyone have any questions for Joe? How about Mickey, your guys?
Okay, so we felt that the corner boards probably should stay. The neighborhood, their corner boards are strongly prevalent in the neighborhood. And this, I sort of get Joe's argument about shingle style, but I don't think the building really reads as shingle style. And the corner boards just kind of make it feel a little more contemporary rather than shingle style. Similarly, the 6/6 windows are more in keeping to that stretch of Hulbert Avenue, the neighborhood. The front porch detail, more trim is fine. The posts probably should remain. He's removed. If you look at the street side, it's a pretty big expanse of unsupported porch beam, I guess. The north, the bay or the water side, the bay's gotten a little wider. It's creating more fenestration on that north side. There's really just the north is really the biggest problem. There's just so much large panes of glass. And I think the 2/1 windows kind of exacerbate that. They make it feel even more so compared to when you look at the views of the existing 6/6 compared to the 2/1s. The chimneys has been removed. I think that should remain. Could perhaps get a little smaller, but it really should keep a chimney. And just generally overall, the fenestration changes is add too much glazing and kind of change the scale of the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to begin? Angus, Abby, myself, Ray, and Carrie, right? Connie?
I can go if you want.
Go ahead.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
That's it.
Sorry.
30 seconds. Well, the
Thank you for
commissioner's
that.
15 seconds to speak.
I'm done. No, if we have a choice here, if you're going to go with that much glazing on the north, I would prefer to stick with the 6/1. It's taking all its identity away, and I would reduce that glazing anyway on the north. So that's what I got. Thank you.
Okay, Angus?
Yeah, to build on that, I would, the 6/6, preferably, or 6/1, but definitely not 2/1 for the windows. At the front door, we don't usually do the glass door and the glass side lights. So I would either reduce instead of increase the amount of glass in the door, and keep, do something, if the side lights are going to be there, keep them divided. In the east elevation, there's a dormer up on the 3rd floor that had no buttons in the window, and now it's a 4-light with horizontal lights, and I would do that so that they're vertical lights, maybe it turn into a 8-light or something. Any of the French doors that are proposed, it looks like some are existing that don't have muttons, but they should have muttons. the division of light, I think, in the east elevation on that dormer above the porch. Also, I think that's probably responding to the size of the lights of the 2/1s, but with it changing, it should stick with some similar pane size as others that are 6/6 or 6/1. And the north in general is, it's just a lot of too much glazing and plate glass. So I would reduce the overall amount of glazing and use muntins. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Yes, something similar, maybe 6/1 windows and somehow reduce the glazing on that north side facing the water. Thank you.
So I think the 6/1s have it, and reduce glazing on the north side. I'm of a mind, Joe, that like 6 light doors there would be okay. Probably 9 light on the first story because of the widths will give you the proper proportions, and on the second floor, 6 light. I don't think these need to go to 15 or something like that. It's too busy.
Point of information. I was just going to ask if I'm a potted plant.
Need watering?
No, you're a foundation. You're a foundation.
That was during, I think, Iran Contra hearings. This lawyer says, "What am I, a potted plant?" Because nobody was taking his information. Anyway, I think, so what I'm going to say is, what we have is a number of revisions to this house, all leading in a more contemporary direction. 2/1s versus 6/1s, more glazing on the north elevation, removal of columns at the front porch, removal of the corner boards, whoever said that. I think it may have been Mickey. All those are gestures that go in a direction of modern. And like, I'm willing to accept some of them, but not all of them. So that's big. Thanks.
Okay. And what about fenestration? Do you have any feelings?
Well, look, I'd go for the 2/1s if I had corner boards plus columns plus less glazing on the north elevation kind of thing. It's kind of, I'm leaving it up to Joe.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
Okay. Appreciate the additional clarification, Angus.
Oh, I was just going to make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay. No potted plants here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are now on to a rooftop solar. Is Tim with us? 18B Gray Ave.
Tim, you can unmute.
Wait, I'm starting to fade.
Me too.
We got to pick it up.
Yeah, let's get going.
Yeah, we got to get moving here.
I think somebody slipped a Mickey into our pizzas tonight.
Who's got the espresso?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've been roofied. Pizza roofies. Yeah, Tim's here, right? Okay.
Yeah, Tim, you with us?
Go, baby.
Go. Okay, so let's just start with Ray, who had this on his consentable. What's your concern, sir?
Did I have one? Because I'm looking at it and it's all this solar is on the back side of the house. So,
Did you want to make a motion?
I think that I was even tired back when I reviewed this for consent. I haven't woken up yet. I make a motion to approve this as submitted.
Does anyone have any concern before we move on that motion?
No.
All in favor, say, it'll be Carrie, I think. I know I'm not doing that right, but, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. Now we'll go to Joe.
Tim, you're all set.
And we are on to 8 Golf View. Ethan? Okay. Good evening, Ethan.
Good evening.
We're hoping you'll help pick our energy levels up.
Sure. This is a new house, 8 Gulfview. The existing dwelling was approved for move off and is going to be moved off this fall. The guest house that was part of this application was approved on consent, I believe. This property has been in the same ownership for 20 years. The life situation is very different than it was when the person bought it. So this is essentially kind of reconfiguring it to a more sort of family-centered development. We provided some references. This neighborhood, for a long time was like a year-round neighborhood. It's been just gradually changing over time. Just to give you a little bit of context, it's a kind of a mishmash architecturally, but there has been some larger new houses that have gone in. Again, not saying that any of these we're trying to emulate one way or the other, but just give the board a sense of context. That's just a more recent construction that's happening. And then this is the site plan. So main house is right there. Again, they've had this property for 20 years, plus years. So they have a pretty solid understanding of how they kind of want to use the property kind of throughout the day, light, et cetera, how they want to address the street. We did look at a non-gable forward option, but ultimately they wanted to have sort of the smallest street-facing elevation, as it presents itself from the street. So it's kind of a Nantucket-y sort of cottage facing the street, and then obviously as it goes parallel with the lot line, it's sort of larger massing. And that's about it. White trim, I think we've got 6/1 windows, and that is it.
Always finish with the colors. Okay, let's see, so it will be, who did we say on this one? Joe?
Joe.
Sorry. Okay, so not Joe. Okay. So we're back to Connie. Forgive my confusion, it's just been, let's get rolling, folks. Who has a concern with this structure?
Yeah, and
Please be
Mr. Chair,
succinct.
I did review it, and the only reason that I didn't consent it was because it's, a fairly large house, so I didn't feel comfortable. But, I mean, I don't find anything at all objectionable to it. Just wanted to put that in there.
Does anyone have a concern that's not about making it 100% perfect? Can we stick to 85%? Yeah, I mean, we're not designing at the table. Is it appropriate or is it inappropriate? I guess is where I'm trying to go.
I have some issues.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just looking at some of the photographs of the neighboring buildings, and there are a lot that are sort of on the smaller scale with dormers in the roof. The word generic just glares at me here, and some of the east side, for instance, looks so characterless, and I don't know what we can do about that, but I think it needs a little bit of sort of identity here. But they're not going to design the tables.
Yeah, I mean, it's, okay. Angus?
I am sympathetic to the use and scale changing in the neighborhood from smaller structures to larger ones. And the size, when I was looking at the east elevation, it just seemed so much of a wall, but I think that the adjacent structures will sort of obstruct that view. So I'm primarily looking at the street view, which is the north. And my concern really, more than anything, ideally, the upper roof would come down a little bit, or that eave would drop a little bit. And it looks like the eave is at the head casing. So the only thing that I would propose is to have kick panels for all the fringe doors shown. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Ray.
You know, I don't want to design at the table, and, you know, it's, I find that it's acceptable under the guidelines. You know, I think that's all I'm going to say right now. Okay?
Thank you, Connie.
No concerns.
Yeah, it's not inappropriate. I think it's, you know, there's charming characteristics about it, and it's a kind of a Nantucket typical structure. And I think it is a kind of a net improvement. Well, not kind of, it's a net improvement compared to some of the other structures in the neighborhood for certain. And primarily the north, which is, I would suggest, the most attractive elevation is what faces the street, and that's what we're going to be seeing.
Right.
So no concerns there. What would we like to do?
I'm going to try something out. I'm going to try a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, let's see, on your, we're all here, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
No.
opposed?
I'll be a nay.
I'll be a nay.
We've got 2 opposed,
3-2.
Angus and Abby for the record. Now we're like picking up a little bit of fire.
Fired up.
Thanks, Ethan.
All right.
Exactly.
Better than
Nice
espresso.
job.
Yeah, Ethan, thank you.
All right, 5-folder cord.
Now I won't be able to sleep.
Yeah.
I don't believe the applicant is here.
Okay, we'll hold that one for just a few minutes. 27
The
Willard.
applicant is not here.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay, 27 Willard.
So if you are 5-folder cord, we're gonna stick around on that one for a little bit. So please join us. 27 Willard, that would be you, Mr. Pohl.
Okay, here's another one. I was like, okay, so what are we doing? And in this case, it appears to be a new building.
27 Willard, revision.
Let's see here.
There's a little block about a third of the way down.
It's a revision. Oh, thank
That's
God.
right.
Okay.
Or we could just look at the bubbles.
This is good. Okay, so you ready?
Yeah.
I'm
Is the
waiting
timer
on
going?
Fiona here. Okay, so it appears that we are, I'm looking now at the north elevation. We're relocating the chimney, we're revising some of the second floor fenestration, and, well, first floor fenestration as well, revising the porch. I'm basically reading the notes here, folks, as you can probably tell. Now, if we look at the west elevation, once again, revising the entry porch from a sort of shed to a hip that comes back and rounds back towards the rear L. Revising the dormer so that it intersects with the gable. Oh yeah, I'm remembering this project now. What else? That's that on the front elevation. And then it's sort of the same, you know, we're relocating the chimney that you saw on the north elevation, now you see it on the south elevation. The porch, the hipped roof on the left-hand side, adding a side entry, changing some of the windows. That's south, and let's see, on the remaining, oh yeah, so we've gotten rid of the chimney on the east elevation in favor of some additional windows and revising the fenestration there. That's it, thank you.
Okay, let's see, we have Holly comments. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Pohl? And Mickey?
Yes, could you go back to the slide for the west elevation, please, the proposed west? There. Good. So when you compare that to the other one, the porch changes are perfectly fine. There's no concern with those. It's the dormer, which, you know, was attempted earlier, and I'm pretty sure the most of the board was not in favor of this style board dormer. And when you scroll down one slide, you'll see what was originally approved. There you go. That's much more appropriate for the dormer rather than overlapping onto the gable next to it. So that if you could go to the south elevation to show the side of the dormer changes. The chimney is moving to this view, and obviously the fireplace blanks out that wall, creates a big blank shingled area on the dormer. I really don't think moving the chimney to this side works very well because it really compromises that dormer. And it's just awkward. It really doesn't meet building with Nantucket in mind guidelines. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's Angus, Abby, myself, Carrie, and Connie. And Connie, why don't we start with you? You ready?
No,
I'm ready.
Abby.
thank you.
I think Mickey's right. I think the dormer, the chimney coming out of the dormer is odd. And on the front of the house, I like the new roof
Oh, the
on the first
porch,
floor.
yeah.
Yeah, with the little hip. I think it kind of centers it when it does that cutoff hip, and it seems a little off. But I had an idea, and I got it from your drawing, where it looks like you put in half a shutter. And I think it might be nice on the front to put up in that gable a pair of shutters.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
West.
So, oh, sorry, yeah, west, on the front.
I just
west side.
needed my drawings here, thanks.
Yeah, so,
The half shutter.
see where you've drawn this?
Oh, the
That's the
bubble,
bubble.
It
yeah,
looks- But
yeah.
I was just thinking, it would be kind of sweet to have a set of shutters up there.
Oh, well, I agree.
So, I would do that, and I'm not sure about the relocating of the chimney coming through the dormer. I think it's a little odd. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Carrie.
Yeah, I agree with the chimney coming out of the dormer, and on the west, the extended dormer into the gable. We don't see that on the front of a house. You sometimes see it randomly on a side or in the rear where it's not prominent elevation. So I'm sort of in a quandary about that. All the other changes, I'm good.
Okay.
Angus, did I do you?
No. Okay, thank you. I agree about the chimney. It was, seemed like it gave really good balance to the east elevation, that gable, with the symmetry of the windows, and where it's moved to does create a big blank spot in the dormer that is facing Willard as it wraps around. And I don't have any issues with the fenestration changes on the north elevation. On the facade, there was a great deal of discussion about this, and I thought we ended up with something that really worked well, with the porch going the length and previously approved. It grounded that gable and made the entry feel more, I don't know, typical of this kind of cottage. The reduced width of it makes it feel a little bit more of an afterthought, and the front door doesn't feel as prominent. But definitely not having the dormer run into the gable. Even though we did just approve that for Cannonbury, it's the balance that of the asymmetry and it standing alone works much better. And I think, yeah, that's it.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Connie.
Yeah, I agree about the chimney. I'm just struggling with the west elevation. I actually like the first floor of the new and the second floor of the previously approved where that it's not running into the gable. So I'm kind of in a quandary over that. But everything else is appropriate, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. So west elevation, I think really just what changes here for me is the balance point. I think it's more centrally balanced, and I think that it's not inappropriate. Is it perfect? No. Is it at least 85%? Certainly. And the chimney, I actually appreciate the fact that this chimney has been moved inboard, as opposed to being on the outside of the structure, which we commonly have issues with. I personally don't have a concern with the windows not being balanced across the dormer or on the elevation. That is a modern construct, I think, of the HDC, unless we're looking at a 5-bay federal or some type of a formal structure that you have symmetry of windows and balance. That is just not how it is when you walk around the island, in my experience. I'm not trying to convince anyone, I'm just stating the rationale behind my opinion. However, yes, dormers typically have windows in them, but sometimes you put a chimney in because you need a fireplace and the window goes away. So I'm not as concerned about that. Those are my comments. I think I'm in the minority.
Why don't we hold for revisions then?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
On Abby's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. 88 Pakamo. Matt. It's the Matt finishing us up here. You're quick.
Mr. Chair, I was going to ask if I could hold 88, because I think we're going to be making some more changes.
All right, do we have any abutters in the queue? Anyone interested in 88 Pakamo, please raise your hand. All right, so Matt, it doesn't appear there's anyone there. That would make a difference. It's the first time that I'm aware of, but just so you know. Okay, 12 Madaket Valley, relocate on site. Ready for that one?
I am.
All right, I think we are too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an existing structure. These are great photographs just to show you what it is, where it is. Obviously, there's erosion, and so what's really prompting this is we're trying to pull the structure away from the shoreline and pull it as close to the road as possible. We are going to be applying for a variance, which I think has been allowed in this area in the past because of the erosion and the adjacent paper road. So the structure itself, we're looking to do 2 additions to it. If we could scroll down, I could just. You can see the massing of the structure is actually fairly simple. Full 2-story second floor plate height. There's an existing deck that wraps around the rear, obviously towards the ocean, and an exterior stair. The rear fenestration, first and second floor, are basically single lights, if you will. They're not double hungs. They're basically picture units. So we're proposing to maintain those where we can, but replace them. As far as the additions are concerned, we're proposing to make 2 fairly modest additions to either side of the existing structure. Again, because of the simple existing architecture, we wanted to maintain that same language, if you will. So we felt that it was important that the additions emulated the existing architecture. Essentially very simple massing, if you will, not busy, dormers, cut up, et cetera, et cetera. So if we scroll to the next slide, that would be great. Which would be A2.1. There you go. So actually, that's great. So you can see on the right side, the left side, we're looking to do 2 additions. Again, try to keep the massing simple. We're proposing to change the window types to 2/2s. There's an inconsistent window configuration, if you will. We thought that the 2/2s, actually there's predominance of 1/1s, which drive me crazy. And so the 2/2s we thought was a good solution, if you will. Trim details are fairly simple. We thought the front door needed some work, so we added a very simple pent roof. The reality with this structure is that it probably has limited lifespan given the erosion and the rate of it and the unpredictability of it. But it is a family that's been renting here, purchased the house, loves the spot, wants to try and get as many years out of it as they can with their children, and make some improvements to it. So I think the drawings are fairly self-explanatory. Rear elevation, again, we try to keep the second floor deck in a similar incarnation, so not a significant departure, but improve some of the details. Basically vertical balusters, simple railing, no caps. Anyways, I know your time's valuable, so I'm just going to leave my comments there, Mr. Chair. If you have any
Thank
questions.
you, Matt. We
happy to
appreciate
answer
it. I have a question. So your site plan shows the relocated dwelling within the 35-foot. What is the 35-foot? Is that the setback?
That is a setback, and so we are proposing to, we're going to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a variance, and we've been told through other surveyors that this is something that the ZBA has allowed other applicants to do in similar situations because of the paper road.
Okay.
And by the way, if I could, if for whatever reason we were not granted that, we would be back before you to shift the house back so that it did respect this front setback.
Same design.
Same design.
Okay. And then, Ray, you got a question?
No, I have comments, but.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay, so, moving it back essentially to not the setback line, but to the property line.
Correct.
Really, right? Wouldn't that mean that, and maybe, there was mention of a paper road, but that's a real road, right?
It is, but it's, and maybe I probably used the incorrect term. It's not, if you look at the satellite image, it's not a heavily trafficked road. And so.
Oh, I see, it's like a dog leg that
Yeah.
gets you there.
Yeah.
And then there's another piece of property to the north of that, before you actually get to the road, the dirt road.
Correct.
Okay, well,
I would also offer, if I could, Mr. Chair, if the board is not comfortable with approving it over the setback, we can make that subject to the zoning board of appeals and then come back before you. But I thought it'd be best to get your feedback regarding the proximity to the property line while I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, Angus.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with this coming right up on the road. Am I understanding that? I mean, when I look at the lot in the locust plan, like, the road is further away than the property, so I'm trying to understand.
You're gonna get hit by a Jeep.
Can you focus?
Can we go to can we please bring the site plan up? And Matt, would you just kind of walk us through that dog leg? Because it's
Sure.
creating confusion, and I think it's.
Understand.
Yeah, just if we could zoom
You
in
zoom
on
in on
this part.
that. You'll see that Maddox-Sham Valley, through you, Mr. Chair, that Maddox-Sham Valley Road is indicated with that gray line. If you could go any further, I don't know if you can or not. There you go. So you can see that gray line. That's the actual, what we would understand as Maddox-Sham Valley Road.
So through the chair, this is the driveway, and the road is up here. Okay.
Better.
Because on the site plan, it looks like Madaket
Goes right by the
Valley
front door.
Road is
Well, this
right
is
on
the
the property line.
GIS, so it's not completely accurate.
Yeah, guys, couple things. One, the road is the road layout. The road that is used is not in the road layout. So we need to keep that in mind. Now, I'm not suggesting that road is gonna change. It's probably been that way for at least as long as I've been here, for
Very long time.
quite a long time. But I just want to be clear that now, and the point Carrie's making is the GIS may be shifted off 5 feet. They do that for purposes purposes, so you're not using it like a survey. But, okay, having said that, go ahead.
Could I also add some more to that, Mr. Chair, because I think it might be helpful, is that Madaket Valley Road, according to the GIS, they have made adjustments to it over the years because of erosion. So technically, from the surveyor, the actual road does, on paper, go directly in front of this property. But if you were to drive along Madaket Valley Road, this lot would feel as if it's probably, maybe 100 feet set back. So I understand it's confusing for sure.
So that's what you were saying, Steve, is that legally the road is here, but right now this is the road that's used.
Yeah.
And with erosion, most likely the road is going to retreat rather than get closer to the water.
I presume, I mean, certainly that's not Cisco, so erosion's a little different rate, but yeah, something's gonna have to happen. It's like Baxter Road, it's just in slow motion.
Yeah.
So I think that the additive massing is sympathetic to the building. This is a 70s structure, and a lot of the fenestration reads that way, and I almost feel like it almost makes sense to just stick with the theme instead of trying to do, the regular 6/6 thing everywhere to try to make it fit in with building with Nantucket in mind. The proximity up to the street it makes me conflicted about this because I would say that it might be more appropriate to go with the type of fenestration that's on 3 sides. And that's really just the small windows with the larger ones above plate glass, but that right up on the road, if the road were to be right at the street, just, that's the part that has me in a quandary. But I'm okay with the additive massing. It's the fenestration that I'm torn about.
Thank you. Ray?
So now that I have a better understanding of where the real road is versus the, property, I'm okay with the move. And I'm actually okay with the architecture.
Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple addition of what you're doing. I think because of the move, your decking seems really extensive up there, and I think John McLaughlin would be really upset with you. But other than that, I think it's fine.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
Yeah, I think the decking's excessive. I would put another ganged windows over the front door just to make it symmetric since you're doing new windows. But I actually think you've helped this architecture, so I'm fine, except for those things. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. I just think with respect to the fenestration, that this is atypical for that location, all these gang windows. I'm not necessarily suggesting it has to stay the way it was, but it's a much more casual setting, and this just really reads very strongly I don't want to say this. I don't want to say it in a way that it's kind of like a bastardized formal, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. It's just, it's not a traditional formal where the windows are spaced rather evenly across the front, but it has that formal feeling when you look at the pent roof and the axial alignment, vertical axial alignment of the windows. I think it's not appropriate. I'm not thrilled with the concept of being right on the road. I don't know. Oh, let me look at the site plan again. Hold on a minute. Thank you. Yeah, well, they're gonna look at what the HDC says, so I wanna be sure I get it right, because I'm not happy with something going on up the street. And I'm just having a problem zooming in on this, so.
I could probably pull up a
There we go.
a satellite.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with this being right up on the road for two reasons. One, I think the rate of erosion out there is much slower, and there's plenty of time on this lot. Number one. Number two, this will belly it right up to the adjacent lot and within the roadway. And bear with me a second. I mean, notices have gone out, but I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable with that. Those are my thoughts.
Could I offer if I know it's a little bit of a hike out there, but a viewing might be helpful, only because I think when you drive out there, it feels as if, even though, again, this is from the surveyor, so that is the actual road, but the reality is that you feel like it's about 100 feet back from the road. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two is that regarding the fenestration, I agree with you. It's a 70s house and it's kind of quirky. So we're trying to clean it up, if you will. But I would say that all of the windows, essentially almost every window, certainly on the facade, is an original window size and location. So that rhythm is a preset rhythm, if you will, in terms of size and dimension. And so when we're doing these additions, while it's probably not where I would start, we wanted to, I don't know if it sounds corny, but honor the original structure in all of its 70s-ness, if you will. And so I just wanted to kind of address where that fenestration patterning comes from. As far as the bracketed roofs, if that's kind of add the bracketed pent roof towards the facade needed something. I felt like it was very severe and very, didn't have any really designation of that entry door. One potential solution would be to kind of post up and just do a simple shed that might kind of make it feel less formal.
Matt, thank you. For me, it's kind of the tail wagging the dog, and you've actually helped me to I want to articulate this point. It's not just the formal nature. So we were on a couple of different locations this evening. I won't get into the specific applications where the structure that was proposed doesn't really conform with the character and setting. I think when you look at this structure that's proposed versus the structure that exists, there's a dramatic difference between the floor heights, the overall heights of the structure, and they don't fit in with the proposed changes, to my mind, don't fit into the character and setting. But it's not just the character and setting of the other structures, it's the character and setting of the kind of beachfront, very casual, low-lying structures in this area that really set the mood in a palpable way for that area. And what comes to mind is down the road at like 40-something, Madaket Valley, a structure not unlike what's being proposed. I'm not talking about the proximity to the road for yours, but I'm talking about the massing and the fenestration compared to the prior existing structure you're seeking to replace. Down the road, we made a mistake, in my estimation. There is a structure not unlike what's being proposed. In this instance, it happens to be literally 5 feet from Madaket Valley Road, maybe not even. And it just really slaps you in the face. And the essence I wasn't able to capture until we were sitting here looking at it is that it is a structure that is completely out of character with respect to, again, the floor heights, the ceiling heights, the overall height, and then the nature of the building itself. So I think I've been okay, in terms of articulating what my concerns are now, and I just wanted to finish those thoughts.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mickey Rowland has his hand up.
Mickey?
Hi, thank you. I just want to comment on the siting in relation to the erosion. Our family cottage is just down the beach from this, and 2 winters ago, we lost about 50 feet in one season. So it's, the erosion rate can be extremely severe in this area at the moment.
Say that.
So to move it, if I were them, I'd be doing the same thing, moving it as far as I possibly could, because it may not last that long. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey.
Can I
Yeah,
ask-
I mean, let's be clear, though, that's several hundred feet.
Okay, well, Mickey's right. I mean, they're gauging like 10, 15 years. I think that's what they're banking on.
Yeah.
But as far as the comments about the height, the existing mass is the existing mass. So that floor to ceiling height and, the massing, if you will, is a function of the existing condition. So it's really, what we can control are the additions. So if I could ask, are you suggesting that the additions might drop in scale? Is that something that would be helpful?
No, Matt, it's the presentation of it. I think it's a cross between the fenestration changes that have changed the scale of the presentation of the scale of the structure. And it makes it look like it is a much taller building. Obviously, there's wraparound porches and decks, and those help to mitigate the height. But this building that's proposed, due to the size of the windows and as opposed to the currently existing, looks to me to be, if I just had to judge by the images and I wasn't able to see, if there was one here and one here, I would say that the structure is probably 5 feet taller. And I understand it's not, but the perception is that it is, because the fenestration is much smaller. And I just think I don't think it's appropriate. But anyways, I've more than said enough there.
I just want to, okay.
Yeah. I think we're at the point where we're not approving this yet. We're going to hold for revisions, so I'm just kind of wasting our time. And
I hate to bug you. Just so I have some direction, are you potentially suggesting going with like 6/6, or, because what we don't want to do is reframe window openings in the original.
Yeah.
If we don't have to.
I mean, for me, I'd go back to what Angus said. It's a 70s house, keep it a 70s house, make it modern inside. They did, 40, was it 70 Pakamo, was the
deck
Anathan's house that I think Chip did, and
Yeah, he moved.
it's a beautiful structure. And it totally is emblematic of the time, and it fits into the character, and it creates the setting.
Too much.
Yeah.
So stick with the 1/1s, basically.
I think stick with the window, stick with the structure you got and move it, personally. Maybe new, make it all new, but that's
Can, Fiona, can you just go to any of the elevations? Thank you.
2.1.
Not to design at the table,
Yeah.
but to Stephen's point, what makes this feel just more massive is the height of these volumes, and something, that is more sprawling to either side, or something that brings it down. Also, the relatively small, can you please go to any other elevation? These relatively small windows make it feel larger, whereas these larger windows make it feel smaller. So something that sort of is more in tandem with the existing vernacular would probably work better. I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're on to 11 Somerset.
What are these, what's the couple in the back?
They're 37 Westchester Street. I'm hoping we get to them. I think we're kind of lagging here, folks. Hey, Cliff.
I should get extra points. I got rid of Linda.
Yeah.
Oh.
You do.
Okay.
One free approval.
Yeah. This is just another step and many steps to clean up what's been a deteriorated house over the past so many decades. So we've done the clapboard, we did the Fortigo approval, and now I'm just replacing the windows with Woodwright Anderson, ones that don't leak. They're the same style, same dimension. and
I
very,
mean,
ex-
they'll
and
fit
ve- and
into
very
the
expensive.
apertures of the-
What's
they'll
that?
fit- They'll fit into the roughs of the existing.
Yes, absolutely, perfectly.
Questions?
Go ahead.
Do these have spacers? These are insulated windows with pop-in spacers?
No, they have the divided.
Muntins?
Yep. They're the most expensive window you could possibly buy. I'm not sure if you could upgrade a window any more than these windows.
All
The
right,
Woodwright
terrific.
Anderson.
Thank you.
It's
That's-
crazy.
That was my only question.
Yep. I think they meet all that sun, seems to change every week.
Somerset. Okay. Any other questions? Concerns?
Listen, the house is clearly in very bad shape, and, you know, I'm not sure Anderson would be my first choice, but I
Yeah.
think, you know, let's talk about a net benefit here, because those windows are leaking, the building's suffering.
They're still over $1,000 a piece.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
mean,
I don't have a problem with
it's
the
cheap
price or
window.
anything. I mean, I thought that's what was the prevailing Woodwright. That's what everybody really wanted, so,
Yeah. No.
Is the trim gonna stay the same?
yes.
Same style, I mean,
So we're gonna be looking for a motion, folks.
So,
I
wait, before.
want to make the motion. Okay.
Can I?
Angus?
Just that Holly had made a note about the simulated divided light being a concern about the Nantucket profile.
Yes, there's also the Nantucket profile. It's, yep.
Yeah.
Are you guys
Let
familiar?
Angus finish and then.
Are you guys familiar with this?
Yeah, so it's a, it doesn't have an OG type of a finish. It's angular cut, but from the street, I mean, this is, how far is this from Somerset Road?
88 feet.
Yeah, it's completely imperceptible. So there's actually one of these somewhere on Pleasant Street in the Five Corners area.
You mean Woodridge?
Yeah, and on maybe New Street, Vale did a job, I think it was New Street. So, so to your question, it isn't a, like a Brasco Muntin, but it is dramatically similar in that from, I'd say 15 feet away, you can't tell the difference.
And the frame around it is,
It's got the Anderson frame,
It's
except for I
wood.
don't think it has the picture frame on the bottom. It doesn't read as a uni-frame window. It reads more traditionally without the
thicker
portion at the
bottom.
base where the sill would normally be. I believe that's the Woodwright.
It looks like it has a little bit of that.
Well, that's showing us the sash.
I think that's the storms you're probably looking at, right? Storms
No,
of
the
those.
sash.
Okay.
So it has a typical window sash. It's just, well, look, anyways, we have, if Angus has any more questions, let's get them answered, and then we'll go from there.
yeah, I was just over in Angola Street looking at that and couldn't believe that those windows got past because there's all this sort of modern wraparound and it's not the same, it's not a profile that's typical in the OHD. And so I didn't want to have the same kind of thing happen here. In general, you know, the preservation of old windows makes more sense financially, environmentally, aesthetically, especially with an older structure. So, you know, I would much rather see these be restored than to be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got a couple of different opinions, but there seems to be some consensus, so what do we want to do?
I'm gonna say a few things. So one, as I said before, I consider this a net benefit to a house that is in a serious state of disrepair. And also, it's not in the OHD. It's set quite a distance back from a publicly traveled way. And so, you know, is it the ideal window to be used in the OHD on an old building? No, but I think in this case, I can make an exception. Thank you.
Okay. And with that,
I can make a motion to approve as submitted.
okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Were you in opposed?
I will. I was.
Was, okay, just for the record, Angus
It was
opposed.
just, which is Angus, or is Abby opposed?
Just Angus.
No,
Okay.
I'm,
Okay, thank
Just
you.
Angus. Yeah, that's why I wanted a clarification. Okay, great.
Right,
Hey,
thank you so much.
thanks, Cliff.
Okay.
That's a lot of windows.
Now we're gonna move on to 18 Gladlands.
So
We
eight-
do have 37 Westchester Street here. These folks have been sitting all night. I'd like to see if we can move quickly on
Mr.
this.
Chair, Tori isn't in the queue.
Is not?
She was, and she logged off. I thought she was gonna log back
Well,
on.
who's representing 37 Westchester?
Tori,
And these folks are for,
37 Westchester, they're butters.
okay, so, so that's a ding.
I see.
So what's the,
Oh,
Which
is this
one?
the one where they want two driveways?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got a note on it.
was it I've heard it was an incomplete application.
It is kind of, because you can't tell exactly where the
Well,
second.
why
where
are
the-
we reviewing something that's incomplete?
Oh, she's on the line?
All right.
Yeah, I'm really uncomfortable wasting our time reviewing incomplete applications, and I thought we addressed that.
Is this true of both of them, or?
This is a separate application that came in, she went through the first one, and she submitted this one.
Okay, so we're on the as-built deer fence.
We are?
Yeah.
Deer fence, this came to you through a citizen's complaint. And we did not collect a fee at time of submission. But Troy is also representing this. She hasn't logged on yet.
And when you say we didn't collect the fee, when do we normally collect the fee?
At time of submission, sometimes it's just overlooked. So the fee is 10 times the fee, so it'll be $500. We collected the $50 fee, but we need an additional $500. Okay, hang on one second.
Yeah. Well, that's if we approve it. Well, I mean, I guess we get the fee anyways, but,
Tori's online now.
all right. So we're, you folks, we're probably not gonna get to you tonight, which is ridiculous. But we'll stick, yeah, why don't we do that?
Yeah,
I've been here for.
that's only fair.
I know, four.
So we're gonna take up 37 Westchester driveway. If it's an incomplete application, we're not gonna hear it.
No, it's hard to understand.
drawn it, and she's noted brick or block.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, actually, based on what you just said, Stephen, the site plan is not the correct site plan showing the correct driveway that we're proposing. So if you want to hold on.
Okay, I have to,
Wait a second. Wait one second. Tori, is this also the one that you were trying to change the gate?
no.
That was a prior application. We withdrew that application and submitted a brand new design, but the site plan that's included in this view pack is not correct.
Tori, does it involve parking where the fence is?
In the back
No.
on Sunset Hill?
Bear with me a minute.
It does not involve parking right there in that picture.
So where is the parking in the site plan?
The site plan that's on this package is not correct. It's on Sunset Hill that we're proposing a pull-off. And the site plan does not reflect that.
They're proposing something clear.
Right, so you're talking about altering the fence that was the subject of the prior application,
Correct.
correct? Yeah, so.
Correct,
and
yep.
That had specific stipulations for additional information.
Correct, but we withdrew that because that was not a
Has this been
proper.
approved by the select board? No,
No, you are our first step.
Yeah, I'm frankly not comfortable spending time on this until we find out from the other regulatory authorities whether they're gonna approve it or not.
You mean to
Okay, I thought HTC was always the first step.
Well, and that close to the intersection.
Yeah, no, it's close to the intersection, so that's an issue for planning board.
It's that,
The
what we're
select
actually
board have to
proposing
make
is
a
25
determination.
feet away.
Yeah,
If you had the proper site plan, you would see that what we're proposing is 25 feet plus away from the intersection.
Yeah.
Stephen, that's what she submitted.
But we don't have that.
Yeah, why?
There's a date stamp on the site plan, so that's the date that she submitted.
Okay, folks, we can open this and we can hear your concerns and we can take them into consideration so you don't have to come back. I think you understand from hearing us, our concerns are already that we're dealing with an application with insufficient information to even understand what it is in the name of HE double toothpicks we're looking at, which is completely unacceptable. This is not a homeowner who's been before us once. And Kathy, I don't want to see these again, please. Yeah, no, we've talked about this. This is.
She's measuring the road here.
Yeah, this is not appropriate, and it's absolutely a waste of our time. So this is, we will take your information if you'd like to speak you here, and it will be noted in the minutes.
Which is why I'm suggesting, since it's the wrong site plan, that if we
Yeah.
for revisions, I don't know if you guys can hear me, I'm on the boat.
We're having a hard time understanding you over the phone.
Right.
So
Could we hold for revisions and I can properly submit the correct site plan?
Can we shut her off?
Yes, just say yes. She wants to move her revisions and just come back.
No, that's not what we're doing.
No, I
We're
want
having a
to, these
difficult
people
time
waited all
hearing
night long.
Lori. So we've opened the application and these folks are here, so we're gonna hear them. And then we're gonna wrap up the meeting. Right?
Good plan.
And does anyone who is sitting here have a concern with the comments and the concerns that, as chair, I have expressed about incomplete applications?
No.
Does anyone have an iota of concern with what I just said? Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Susan Sandler. I'm at 2 Sunset Hill Lane. You have a letter from Nancy Martin that was submitted to you, who is the director of the Sunset Hill Neighborhood Association, regarding our concerns about the safety issues with this proposed second curb cut, second driveway. I'm going to speak to the discrepancy between the site drawing that you can see showing a 30-foot distance from the deck to the property line, and the photos offered in the application showing a measuring tape laid to the wood fence property line at 25 feet. If it's 30 feet from the fence to the house, it's not graphically possible to also be 25 feet from the fence to the corner section. You can see that on the site drawing. Could you show that, please? It's the, that drawing here, yes. You see the 20, there's one instance there that's 30, and then they're claiming it's 25. They have the site plan on the application isn't showing the proposed parking spot as it was on their first application, but if it is the intention to be 25 feet from the intersection, the parking spot would be closer to the house than originally applied for. Something is not lining up, and given the concerns of the neighborhood, it seems prudent to have a proper survey that shows the street, the intersection, the house, the proposed parking spot, all accurately depicted for you all to review. Additionally, given that the property already has parking for two cars with their existing garage and driveway in Westchester, if the owner is feeling they need to park 3 cars, could they not do what was done 5 doors down at 27 Westchester, where the parking area was widened to accommodate more parking using the same curb cut, which is what we would really appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to address incompleteness. So we are not reviewing this further without all the information. Number one, the fence is being asked to be removed. Kathy, could you give me your attention, because this is relevant to what happens next. The fence is being requested to be removed for parking. There's nothing in the site plan.
If I may answer some of the abutters' questions, I would appreciate it.
All right, no, you're not going to speak now. You've wasted enough of our time this evening. This is an English application. Would you please, I do not need to please ask you to shut off the volume. I'm not, then give me the computer and I will effectively manage the meeting myself.
which is where I started
You
with.
spoke in the office about incomplete applications, and you've given us an incomplete application, and now you're being upset with me. I'm gonna call it for what it is. We are requesting a complete application. The fence is gonna have to be removed. We need
I'm just trying to communicate. I understand, and that's what I started with.
Kathy?
Very good. Okay, Stephen.
The fence is being removed in order to create parking. We need to see that in the application. It needs to be on the site plan. If it's going to be removed, we need to see what portions are being removed, what will be remaining, and how the end treatments where a fence is removed will be addressed. So if it's going to return up Westchester Street, Sunset Hill, then we need to see what the termination point looks like versus just having a piece of fence removed. We need to actually see the parking space. It needs to be dimensioned. It needs to be dimensioned from the corner. It needs to be dimensioned from the house. It needs to be dimensioned within the width of the driveway and the depth of the driveway. We need to see the materials. Typically, there's an apron, as we all know. We want to see that. I'm not stating this to you, Kathy, as a list of things. I'm stating this for the record. It's important that we have this information on the record in the minutes. So, full application includes the layout of the driveway, the materials of the driveway, the dimensions from the property line, the dimensions from the structure, and if there are modifications to the fence, we need to see the elevational drawings that reflect that. This application, unless I'm incorrect, will not be brought back in front of the commission until it is fully complete. Is that correct?
Can I just make 2 points here? One, I would like to say that really the onus of having a complete application is the responsibility of the applicant, okay? It's pretty clear what we have a checklist of things that need, and I have to say, there are people that disregard that. The second thing I want to say, and this might be precedent setting, but I'm inclined right now to make a motion to disapprove this application simply because the applicant didn't give us the information. And, I don't love this idea of wasting time. We spent more time on this little application than we did on, projects that are 10 times as big. So, I'm not sure we could move for more information or whatever, but
I would entertain a motion to deny based on lack of a complete information,
Well,
lack of information.
That's my motion.
So it's the sitting members here, Angus, Abby, myself, Ray, and who's up? 1, 2, 3, 4, Carrie or Connie?
Can I make a comment before?
First I want to establish the board. And who's active?
I think we're all active.
Connie, okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Do you want a second for discussion?
Yes.
Okay, now go ahead, please.
I share in the frustration with incomplete applications. There are probably a number of reasons that this would be denied. But as frustrated as I am to see an incomplete application waste our time, I don't think that just for its incompleteness deserves to be denied. So that's how I feel.
Okay.
Okay, I want to have discussion on the motion. Sure. I disagree wholeheartedly. We have individuals who serially submit incomplete applications. Staff takes an inordinate amount of time to address those issues on a regular basis, as reported to me by staff. That is time when you have a professional agent where an individual homeowner who comes before us, such as, who was the fella who came in with the fence?
Oh, well, I don't know his name.
No, but the street address, do you recall?
It was Duke's Road.
Yeah.
Duke's Road. We had a fella come in here, had no idea of the process. We basically are instructing him here at the table on the process. Staff have, the relevance of that is staff have a finite period of time to complete a tremendous amount of work.
Correct.
on a tight timeline. And when I say tremendous amount of work, I mean just a multitude, tons of applications that have many details. And to have an application turned in, or have applications turned in on a regular basis that are incomplete, I think that is not only fair, but warranted for the commission to establish a line on the ground that is bright red, that an incomplete application will not, as a matter of regular acceptance by an applicant's agent, be accepted. If it's a one-time thing, that is a totally different animal. That is not what we're talking about here. And is my perception of events different than yours, right? I'm just trying to make sure I've got.
No.
Because
The same,
clearly I'm a
which
little
is why
frustrated
my-
with this.
My frustration is manifested in a motion to deny.
Yeah, and my frustration is not only for the commission, I want to be clear. We have individuals who have been sitting here for 4 hours, 4.5 hours, waiting to be heard. And we allowed them to be heard simply because they sat here. We didn't even have a full application. We have an understanding of what the applicant wants, but we don't have enough information to make a determination. It's patently unfair to the commission, to the public, and to the process overall. And for those reasons, I entertain the motion, and for those reasons, I will vote for it. On the motion, we'll do a voice vote.
Good idea.
Ray,
I'm in favor of the motion.
Connie, Abby,
I'm a no.
Angus,
No.
I'm a yes. Okay, so that carries 3-2.
Okay.
With that, we will be,
Yeah, I gotta.
Minutes?
we're gonna do May 6 minutes. And do we have a motion? It'll be Carrie.
I move to approve the minutes of May 6th.
Okay,
I know.
Me too.
all in favor?
Aye.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, please don't interrupt we've got a motion on the floor. May 6th,
Oh,
motion is on the floor.
yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm a no. Haven't reviewed them. Okay. Our next meeting is June 10th at 4 PM. It's an old business meeting. And you said there's a question?
Need some arnica?
Well, it's 20 to 9 and we wrap up at 8:30.
Did you hear that, JT?
Yes, I heard it. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks, I guess.
Thank you.
No,